Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. Welcome back to Armada Mondays. Yeah, it's Monday. We have a ship. When we have those two things, that's when we say it's Armada Monday. We got ourselves, got to do a little bit different, kind of a space backdrop here. We have not done anything that's kind of red, orange, whatever, and that would be kind of good because as you can see, emphasis here is basically white, gray, blue lights, that sort of thing. So on the cooler side, as far as our colors go, kind of, we'll just say also a little bit on the muted side. That's why here we're going to try and get ourselves a little more action. Where's our Battlestar Galactica? Here you go, Landras. Check this out. Right, I mean, we got a bunch of grays there. Well, we went stronger on the colors there because, well, we didn't really have a whole lot of strong stuff going on there. So let's get down to it here. Got some green stuff ready because what we got to do is take this thing off. We do a little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff. We paint this bad boy over here. Then we stick it on. We start doing all the glazy stuff on this, and well, then we keep on going. So let's do some dry brushy stuff here. So Landrast, hopefully you're doing okay. Let's see. And again, here's some of the other designs right here. So again, the emphasis, much like the miniatures, much like the miniatures, is again pieces of shielding. What we're gonna do is we'll do this. Nice to see you there, Zell. So Zell, how did it play out with the angry the angry member of the staff there, the member of the staff who was not terribly pleased with what was guess he wasn't happy with the service. Yeah, not terribly happy with the service that was being rendered at the time. So hopefully that got a little bit better. A little bit more on this here violet. So yeah, a little something lighter. That's better. So great to see you there, Zell. And we do have a little presentation on the W.O.D.E.N here. I'm going to do that when we're waiting for stuff like the glue to set and everything. So yeah, we'll be seeing that in a little bit. Right now, we're just doing a wee spot of this here. Again, all these are just test prints right here. Most likely, this will be changed. Well, as long as it's not meth, that's always a good thing, right, Zell? I mean, just the fact that they're only a few years old and they're not asking for meth. You don't want to assume that, right? Right, Landrast? You can't always assume those things. Not in today's environment. Okay, let's get a little bit more of this right here. Now, of course, Zell, you know what well, I know what you wanted to be asking for. You wanted to be asking for brushes and miniatures as soon as possible, right, Zell? I mean, there is, all kidding aside, there is no time that is too early. I mean, as soon as possible, right? Kind of get that thing going. All right, and then we're going to set this here aside. Now I'm thinking here also too, even on this, the other ones it was kind of a goldish type of a theme. Well, guess what? We're doing something different on our W.O.D.E.N here. There we go. So again, we got ourselves a new overlay here because reasons. Fine, a little more there. All right. Set you aside. Let's start getting some orangey stuff going. I have no idea exactly what we want here. We're gonna figure it out as we go along, like usual, right? Landras, just like whatever. Well, if he does start throwing it around, so I guess on the positive side there, he could. There could be a career at quarterback for him. Maybe also a pitcher or something like that. So yeah, there are benefits to that. So you're thinking like 4 years old then, then Zell? So somewhere around four, the miniature painting begins. I mean, obviously, before the painting, they have to apprentice first, right, Zell? So, I mean, you give them the clippers, and you say, okay, here you gotta get the, those supports won't clip themselves off, right, Zell? Somebody's got to do it. It's a dirty job, and of course, you shouldn't have to do that. You should not have to do that. So I think it's only fair, since you got to do all the other stuff. I think that it's okay for the wee ones to be clipping up those spurs and mold lines. I mean, nothing too advanced to start out with, right, Zell? Maybe just a couple of those mantas or something like that. I mean, that shouldn't be much, right? Right, Landress. It's only bigger than the kid, but yeah, maybe that's a good starting point. I think those are only about 2 or 3 feet wide, and they only weigh about 40 pounds or so. I mean, obviously, you do want them to take some precautions. Just give them a mask for all of the what's it the resin dust and all that kind of stuff. Safety first, right, Zell? Oh, here. Nah, Em wants me some Indian yellow in that. That is better. Now, somewhere, here they are. So here are the test prints. These are the Kathy figures. So there's the bust that we did, and here is the figure. Now I'm going to be printing up a larger one than this because, well, I thought that was relatively big. I mean, it's not exactly 35 mil, but we need one that's larger than that. And the thing is, so, on the plus side too, the instructions for Forge World stuff are so bad that even the adults can't understand them anyway. So it's not like he needs to learn how to read or anything like that to be able to do all the mold lines and put those things together. He'll just suss it out for himself. So again, we're gonna be going with the kind of oranges and reds here. We've never done one like this. We've done the greens, we've done blues, violets, all that kind of stuff, but we really haven't done anything with the orange. That does not sound like a whole bunch of fun there, Zell. What was that crazy thing? Landress, I've had to show it a bunch of times with the big ray gun on there. It was some kind of mechanicum thing or something like that. I don't remember what the heck it was. No idea. No clue whatsoever. Hmm. You know, yeah. Well, it's kind of everybody's all up in arms over that Hagear's printer and stuff. I don't really see that as really doing a whole bunch. I mean, it's super expensive. The results don't look all that amazing. At least not the pictures that are genuine, right? Camda, how you doing? Everybody say hello to the newest, or to our happy hobbit friend there. Is he a hasty happy hobbit? We'll see. There we are. So again, we're trying to do a little different color theme on this. Right, we already did our little lighter dry brushy stuff on that. I was kind of hoping that I wasn't alone in that, Camda. Yeah, they don't look super nifty. Now, Landris, have you seen anything that impresses you in any way, shape, or form, or you're kind of like, whatever? For that kind of price, right, Camda? It should be better than that. That's all I'm interested in, right? Right, Camda, is that the idea that the supports just basically wash away. Now that I can stand behind. That I can that's I can deal with that. That's okay. I can deal with that. Actually, Landrest, I finally ordered another .4 nozzle. Those things have not gotten any cheaper. Actually, if anything, they're more expensive. I don't remember them being 35 bucks. I thought they were more like 29 or something like that. So somewhere in the 30 range. Don't remember them being 35. Okay, so again, remember these are for names and labeling the task force number. Here is the Seri Republic here. So you can already see a big difference, right, in the colors on the base there. Now I'm gonna actually hey, let's actually Kim, if you want to share your linkies there in the chat, there's some eyeballs is there. Now it's time to meet the W.O.D.E.N here. Now again, they are from this area. See over on the left there, from the void. That is not an empty area space. In fact, it is very full. It's very much alive, which is why the W.O.D.E.N were almost dead. So this is their world. Speaking of mostly dead, that would be what's left of their planet. Really no way to live on the surface anymore, so they had to take some drastic measures, let's put it that way. That is a download overseer right there. That is a archive custodian. And again, they had to essentially rip their consciousness and essence out of their being, which is an excruciating process that some folks don't even survive. And then they are sometimes after millennia downloaded into various bodies like these. And I've been printing these out for the army painting series. So again, you get a look at some of the different archetypes. Now also to imagine if somebody like say a Da Vinci or a Shakespeare or whatever had 15,000 years, well, that would be, they could maybe get up to some interesting stuff. The problem is that comes with a cost, and you saw some of that cost, as in, well, there is no more, there's no more having kids, there's no more getting married, there's no more friends or anything like that. You just, you just exist now forever. Where's the? I printed that thing out. Where is that? Somewhere. I have that because I guess it's. I thought I had that up here. I guess it's not up here, but that is actually a print now. That is going to be a diorama print there. So again, that basically they've made extreme sacrifices. They've also helped out Earth. Oh, here's the video that just reminded me. Here is. I hope this actually is. Let me find it again here for you. Here we go. So as somebody who is an artist who would not mind having 15,000 years to perfect things, that is definitely something to consider. So there's the video on the W.O.D.E.N right there. Gonna get me some more of this dark up in here. We're going kind of expensive on the palette for this base here, Camda. This is we got Puro Orange and Perline Crimson out here. We got them both. Again, that's what sacrifice is all about. Also, too, they don't have a choice because, well, everybody's dead. So there's when you don't have a choice, then well, your options are limited to you got this or nothing. Because in this universe, right, Camda, there's no free lunches, there's no free rides. Cool stuff comes with a price tag, sometimes an extreme price tag. More of our dark right here. It most definitely is because you can choose not to do that. You can choose to not have your essence downloaded and just, well, fade into nothingness. Those who choose not to do that, well, that is somewhat of a heroic choice. Let's do this here, because again, you the even very healthy people had a really rough time surviving that process. Let's get some more orange in here. Yeah, let me get some of that stuff out. Let me. Ah, good. Oh no, there's still a little bit of liquid in there. Yep, that would be the calendar. It's August. Well, now it's August 18th. Oh yeah, just turned it. Well, it's been 18th for you for an hour already. Also, ReaperCon is in 2 weeks. There's another. Oh, DragonCon. No, no, no. Yeah, DragonCon is in 2 weeks. Everybody, be sure to check out Armored Wolf's booth at. Oh wait a minute, I gotta get rid of this. I thought this was already killed. All right, that's better. It's like, why are we hearing that sound? So again, everybody, please, when you are at DragonCon, check out the Armored Wolf booth. So again, doing a little bit of blendy stuff there. Now it is time to get more of our orange out here. And again, this is pure. This is a pure orange right here. This ain't the cheap stuff. I think so, Camda. I mean, they're already angry orclings, and just have them walking around with the hobbit legs, kind of like those turkey legs, right, Camda? Just have them walking around with hobbit legs. That should go over big in the neighborhood, for sure. More of our orange here. Mix it up with a little bit of this here yellow. Lighten this up. No, we need a smaller brushy for that. Well, if they have their own ideas there, Camda, well, then they can certainly make their own money to eat their own food. I mean, you can always tell them that. It's like, well, that's great. You got your own ideas, your own plans. What plans do you have for groceries next week? That might inspire them to make a different choice, right, Camda? We need more thinner on this. We need some more thinner. So I'm hoping, actually, Camda, right now I've got the corrupted version of Arthur printing out. Uh, oh, and by the way, Camda, I tried 2 more times on that Saturn. It doesn't work. It's basically I'm shutting it down. I'm gonna take the build plate, any kind of parts that I think I could use on the other one. I'm just gonna take those, set them aside, take it off the table. It's just using up space right now. So yeah, unfortunately, the that Saturn is that is a no-go territory. I tried everything. I tried multiple build plates. Whatchamacallit, I re-leveled it about 50 times. Same resin, same files, same everything. And it's sitting right next to the other one, so it has nothing to do with temperature or any environmental conditions. Just it's garbage. That's the only thing I could say, is that I would not really advise getting yourself a Saturn III Ultra. That's the moral of the story, right, Camda? Yes, indeed. If you're thinking about getting one of those, think about getting something else. More light here. More of our orangey stuff. So that's what I'm gonna have to start. I'm gonna start doing the search begins now, Camda. The search begins for a larger. Basically, I'm just gonna ask, do the GPT thing there, Camda, and say, okay, what is the what's the anycubic equivalent size and stuff wise, 12K, whatever, to this printer, which does not work. Look at that. That's okay. Thanks, Camja. Let's do some more of this right here. More of this right here. So then we'll blend these in. Then we'll do our spatter star stuff. Not even bothering to put anything here yet because, well, you can see I'm sticking my hand on that over and over again. Does Adepticon? I know that there's the campaign to make sure that you can get to Adepticon. Hopefully everything is kind of looking good and such, like on multiple fronts, which means that getting to Adepticon is going to be much more possible for you. Taking again, just gonna kind of spread that stuff out like you do here. A little more over here. Okay, let's do this. Now, maybe we take this here. Much darker stuff, because we have a lot of the lighter colors here. Let's start doing some much darker stuff. There we are. It's kind of your just clouds crossing in front of, alright, crossing in front of some of the lighter stars and such. Nice to see you there, Conrads. So happy Tuesday, of course. Great to see you. And Conrads, let's see. You're getting towards 155 now. Actually, speaking of which, Canada, you have to be getting pretty darn close to 155. You, Valfera, and Arid all have to be getting closer and closer to 155. Almost there. So now again, the Thursday stream. We're probably, the Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams probably just going to be miniatures. Much as we like our flat Thursday, there's with all of this weather stuff and everything else, I'm way behind on a bunch of things that need to be done so that I can make other things. 152 for coal rods. That's maybe we'll tone you down a little bit over there. Indian yellow. Maybe a little more thinner in that. Around here. Let me. Wow, I'm gonna have to chuck me out some more of my weight here pretty darn soon. So Cam, did you see the presentation that I was just showing you there? That's kind of what here. We'll kind of bring that up again. So kind of reflects the system, right, and that particular area of space. Not all of the void is like that. Again, there's certain areas that are like that. Especially where, again, remember that this area of space, it's kind of like Australia, where everything is trying to either kill you or eat you. And if it perceives that you are somewhat of a threat, well, it's going to basically treat you like a virus, and that's basically what it did to the Woden. And they were not the Woden. That is Project Woden, and again, that is in the video. That is right here. I'm just going to put that link back in the chat here. There you go. So that is the link to the Woden video. And again, the downside is that you will essentially live forever, but it's just you. That is it. And again, not everybody chooses to go ahead with that. And not everybody survives the process either. That's kind of a minor detail right there. Not everybody makes it through. You could kind of describe the process. Kind of feels like either being electrocuted or immolated, one or the other. So it's not the most pleasant of things to go through. Which again is why it is a sacrifice for those that choose to do it, because they're giving up a whole bunch of stuff, and well, it's a bit of a spicy process. Let's do some more here. Some different types of clouds. Now more, a little bit more bubblier here. Not quite the stratus type clouds. Nice to see you there, Recoil. So Recoil, yeah, we'll see how things go here over the next few months or so. Not quite sure how things will play out. Glad that things are a little bit on the easier side there. Let's do some more, a little bit more there. More of our, that's right, we almost forgot. We almost forgot our lens flare effects. There we are. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's give this a lensy flare too. And doing this. So there you go. A little bit of a lens flare effect happening there. I think maybe we can start to add some. Whoops. Well, first we gotta do this. We need some more of this out here. Definitely kind of has, we'll just say, yeah, it kind of has you got your head on a swivel, right, Recoil? It's like you're going up for a mark there, Recoil. Yeah, you're trying to get up there for a mark, and you know there's going to be like 3 defenders and 2 other people coming from multiple directions. And you're waiting for, oh, that's it, Recoil. You're waiting for the knees in the back of the head. That's what we're waiting for. Classic footy style there, Recoil. Yep, waiting for the knees to the back of the head. There we are. So again, the W.O.D.E.N stuff, it is going to have to be reprinted after the. I just want to do the army painting series with what I've got. I was doing all the basing bits and the objectives. I got to print those out tomorrow. Well, it's probably going to be more like Wednesday, given what could be coming here on Tuesday. Let's keep going here. Again, this is a really different color scheme, right? Camden from what we've done on our previous two with the Seri Republic and the Humies. And again, if you check out that video, that will give you a little bit of an idea of what the W.O.D.E.N are all about. And spoiler alert, if you've seen the videos on the survival of humanity on old Earth after the second Exodus, you might recognize that double helix because, well, essentially that was a bit of a survival kit left behind, a DNA survival kit, if you want to call it that, left behind by the W.O.D.E.N. Let's do some Spatter Star Galactica here. Now that we have that fresh white, I could probably just get away with using this thing. Well, alright, here, let's get some of that gray out of there. Some of this and some thin. Come on. Well, that was maybe a little more thinner than we wanted, but hey, whatevers. Alright, let's see how we can spatter here. Spatter stars. More stars. Lighter stars. Breaking that down. Guess it could use some thinner. Ah, there we go. Is nice. There you go. Then we're gonna mix up some green stuff, which again, much like mixing, right, Canada? That's what everybody just craves. That's what they're here for. I know that's Landrast invites 10 people over to his house and puts it on the big screen just to see that part. That's what Landrast said. Well, I'm not sure how all that stuff stayed on that brush, but we're gonna get rid of it though. Okay. I guess we can go later than that. Alright, fine. Then we'll just go later than that. Let me see. Hey there, Deuce. How you doing? So happy Tuesday there, Deuce. Actually, Deuce, if you got anything in the chat that you wanted to share, like always, please go ahead and do that. I hope that things have been going really good there, Deuce. Great to see you. Now I'm starting to think, well, you know what? Maybe this being actually more like white would be better because it would be closer to the W.O.D.E.N themselves. There we are. And that. More of that light over here. Ooh, somehow forgot about that one. That. How's about we welcome in a very, very rude raccoon. So, Raccoon, how you doing? Great to see you again. How's about everybody give Rude Raccoon a little bit of a follow there? And of course, Raccoon, you wants to share something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you. I hope that things have been very nifty. Let me see. That's again that Deuce. If you're gonna want to share something, please go ahead. Nice to see you again there, Valfira. Yeah, this is only the test figure, right, Valfira? We're gonna be doing plenty more of these, and what we are doing right now is the first of our Woden fleet. In fact, we're just about ready to glue this thing onto here, and it's gonna be going that away, uh, like so. So again, this is part of our Woden fleet here. Where's our carrier? Oh, here we go. Here's some of our other carriers. This is from the Seri Republic. You can see a very different looking kind of base there. Where's our Humi? There's the human version of a carrier right there. Again, it's part of our Starship series. This is fleet number 3, although I already have fleets 4, 5, 6, and 7 ready to go. Here's some of our latest here. Oh, look at this. There's Arianrod both in regular figure form there and also in bas relief form. Thanks, Rude Raccoon. I'm glad that you're able to start streaming again there, Rude Raccoon. And again, here's some more of our recent ones there. That is Rhiannon, Goddess of the Underworld. There is another one of our Cyber Nimues. That's kind of an alternate sculpt right there. I do believe. Oh, here it is. Speaking of the Seri Republic, this was our latest one. So this was what was this? Was this Saturday? Right? Yeah, this was our Saturday stream right here. We had some fun with that. Again, that is part of our Seri Republic. That's the folks that have these ships here. Look, here's another one of their capital ships. And this is all part of a game system that I'm working on. Actually, it's going to be sort of a multi-level. There's going to be the strategic. There's going to be sort of like a Battlefleet Gothic. And, now I guess there's also going to be sort of a Aeronautica / was it X-Wing or whatever type of a game with the small craft. So Valfira, oh yeah, here we go. Check this out, Valfira. So that's the new Kathy miniature, and that is a bust. Again, this is from Kathy's art. That was a monk character that she was playing. That was her last D&D character right there. How's about we welcome in a Daddy Celt. Great to see you there, Daddy Celt. Everybody, please give Daddy Celt a follow also. So yeah, Valfira, a bunch of different stuff to show you. I'll try and get you some pictures. I was mostly trying to do outside stuff today, but we do have the corrupted Arthur. Been waiting to do that one for quite some time. I'm sure she did there, Valfira. The irony is, Valfira, that she really hated playing monks. That was one of those things where, what would you say, where you're trying to branch out, you kind of force yourself to play something that you're not really comfortable playing. Yeah, just even like magic users, she had to try more than one magic user to kind of get used to that. What is that? Is that a class, right? The magic user stuff. Yeah, that wasn't really her first choice. The monk right there. That was not quite it. And again, glad that you're able to kind of set stuff up again there, Rude Raccoon. All right, so now I believe it is time to glue this on there. So Deuce, I think I told you that I did end up using the .2 nozzle on the bamboo. Actually, Valfira, I bought another .4. Got another .4 that, it's on its way. I couldn't tell you the last time I printed on the FDM. Again, because of all the weather stuff and everything else, that has just been kind of shut down. I may just have to throw away the spool that's sitting on there because, even though I have the dehumidifiers going non-stop down there, that has just been sitting down there. It's going to be, it was kind of a sort of temporary thing today, Valfira, because tomorrow gets crazy again. Hopefully not, but you know, just, that hasn't quite worked out, right? Hoping that things maybe don't get too crazy. All right, so this again, that's going to go around here. We stick the ship on there, then we start doing some of the glazy stuff. Let's see if I can get a little bit of something out of here. Nothing's coming out of there, so we have to resort to another thing here. Let's see if something actually comes out of this. Well, look at that. There's actual glue. Wow, that's... Who'd have thunk it? Glue comes out of a container of glue once in a while. Appreciate that, Daddy Kilt. Now, yeah, this has some wet paint on there, so you can see I got some of the gray on my hands. Now we do this. Maybe I'll take some of that away. That's going to go around here. Is nice. And now orient it the right way. Get you stuck on there. Here we are. And again, maybe we want it to go this way. Yeah, let's have it go that way. We might need to throw a little bit more of our glue on there. Let me try this again. Yeah, I'm going to get me some more glue here, wherever that went. And let's get a little more of this here. And we painted up that base. It's the idea is it's going to, you know, we want it to look as different as possible from some of our previous ones. All right, there's our green stuff again. Okay, that is a little bit more what we wanted to see. So now we try to do some glaze stuff here, like you do. Which means we grab one of these here and we just start mixing some darker stuff that's going to go with it. So here's again our presentation on the W.O.D.E.N. So again, they come from an area of space that, well, ended up being very hostile to them and essentially sort of killed them off. So they had to become synthoid because no organic material could survive on the planet. And this has been a process of many thousands of years. They are sort of guardians. Hey there, Earwolf. Nice to see you. We'll get you your hype train too. Now, all of these are actually miniatures. I actually have these printed out. This is going to be an Army Painter series. We're also going to paint the 75, you know, the kind of the large scale versions of these things too. And again, this is it's all about. And again, they are around for many, many thousands of years, but it does have consequences. And I'm going to put a link to a video here that kind of explains some of the stuff that you have seen there. So you can check out this lore video, which should give a little bit more of a window into what the W.O.D.E.N are. There's the thinner. I'm like, it's around here somewhere. So we're going to get this, some of our indigo. Push you off to the side. Let's get some thinner in here. Oh, we need Airwolf also needs a little bit of a hype train for Airwolf. So thanks, Airwolf. Appreciate you being here as always. A little bit of a hype train for Airwolf. So yeah, we're going to do a little bit of mixing right here. We got some indigo. We got some of the black. There we are. Break this down some more. And again, we're letting that have a chance to, you know, the green stuff kind of crystallizes. because the green stuff has a little bit of moisture in it there. So yeah, that's we'll give it a try. We'll print something very simple, like some of the plinth style bases. We'll keep it really, really, really simple. Now here we go. We gotta get this stuff down into here. Like we do. And if we've got enough of a pin line wash, that's actually going to go all the way towards the kind of the underside. And I think you'll start to see how this mirrors the actual W.O.D.E.N themselves. And again, that's not what they're called. That is not the actual species name. They were something else before. There we are. You know what? I'm just going to throw that on here too. Not sure why that's not quite cooperating very much there. That should already be pretty much solidified by now. Again, yeah, not sure why that is still bouncing around there. Shouldn't really be doing that. I do have another thing. We might need some more green stuff on there. Who knows? Engine glow is going to be kind of a standard blue. Yeah, not sure why that is moving around so much. Where is... So we used to have a sculpting tool. That is not where it needs to be. We'll just do something like that. Do this over here. We got to get the insides of these uprights here. So again, Daddy Kilt, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Ah, there we are. And we might even do a second round of this glazy stuff here. Let me move that over a little bit there. Yeah, I can see we can get a bunch of it right in there. Let's get some of that down over here. Don't want it right where the engine glue is going to go. I see another area right in here where we're going to need some of that. Not there. Did we already hit the... Yeah, we already did do the back of that. Okay. Okay, we're not going to be turning this thing upside down anytime soon. That is just being... It's being more persnickety as far as curing and solidifying. So we're gonna be taking it easy here. This side gets that, because there will be some blue glow on that side as well. So no, Velfira, that's really not the issue. It's the kind of super glue that I normally use. Well, there just wasn't any left. Normally that type of super glue cures really fast. Believe me, this that hole was remeasured several times. There is far more weight back here than there is up there. It's just this right here not quite doing what it's normally supposed to do. And the super glue, for whatever reason, is not setting at all. Well, it is sort of, I guess. Now, what we're going to do is a little teensy bit. That's what I'm looking for, is some of this. Because it said on there fine with no glue before. So yeah, the glue that I was hoping to use, that I use all the time, which is a gel type of glue. Yeah, I went to use it and nothing came out of there, so we're just going to get that. Just chucking that out of here. There we are. And because we've got the pre, we've got that little bit of pre-dry brushing type stuff, we can utilize that and mix with it here. So yeah, Velfair, I had a whole bunch of those. I know I've got at least 2 or 3 new ones. They're somewhere. They are probably over again. Yeah, see if I can start to handle this a little bit now. It just took a little bit longer for that to set. So again, I can just kind of do this. Now we can grab ourselves another blending brush right here. And then we just kind of push that stuff around. Again, in a little bit, we'll be able to kind of grab this bad boy, pick it up, move it around and such. We grab a little bit more of the mix there. Over the top of there we are. That's got some orange on it, so we'll get rid of that. There we go. So yeah, and we're starting to see this not move around quite so much when I do this. It was just being a little strange, that's all. Let's get this is a blending brush again. Just gotta make sure there is nothing on there. And there we are. Now let's get some of this somewhat darker stuff over here. Darker stuff here. Alright. And again, the stuff on the underside, we'll worry about that at some other point here. We want to give this as much time as possible to set here. Let's do this. And there kind of was no choice right now. There was either use that or nothing, because that was the only super glue in the area. Let me do some of this right here, and then we'll get some lighter stuff. There we go. Believe it or not, Velfair, even at that stupid little grocery store that I go to, that is actually now. Of course, they don't have the larger containers like that, but that is actually the super glue that they've got up on the shelves. Not the prototypical, like the super hyper thin stuff, right? You would think that would be the kind of stuff they had. No, actually, what they've got on the shelves just happens to be that stuff. Now, of course, the problem is, Velfair, I almost never get a chance to go to the store anymore. Because usually what I would actually do, Velfair, was like get like a couple of them every time I went there, just to kind of have them in stock, so to speak. Now we're getting somewhere here. And you can see plenty of wet into wet blend in there. And guess what? We can still go lighter than this. And we will eventually. Let me get this too. There we are. So you can see the difference, what's happening there. Let's do that over here now. There we go. So you can see a little bit more. See how that edge starts to form there? There's a whole bunch of glazy stuff right there. There we go. Try this. Yeah, let's do that up here. Yeah, those are long. Well, they're still trying to peddle some of those, Valfira, but I'm like, no, those have been around a little bit too long, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Now on the plus side there, Valfira, the latest meat crate showed up today. So some of that stuff is now defrosting. That came just in time, also. Because pretty much all the other edibles have been et. So yeah, that came at just look at this. Look at here, let's go. There we are. That's better. Now again, we will be doing some panel lines on here too. There will be some panel lineage coming up at a certain point here. I think I can at least. Oh, that's what I didn't put out here. Where's that fluorescent blue? We'll use this for our engine glow here. I'll just chuck you over here in the corner. Now, I forget which species I was going to do violet for the engine glow. That would probably be the Alberians. I was thinking about it for the W.O.D.E.N. I was definitely considering that. Let me get some of the white in here. Just get the party started on these things. Yeah, I'll need to make a new wish list there, Valfira. Yeah, it'll be very elaborate. There'll be like super glue and garbage bags on there. Yeah, it'll be really high-end stuff. Super high-end stuff on that wish list, right, Valfira? No, we're starting to get there. Might even put a little more thinner on this. I think you can see how this is starting to build up. And we'll get let's get some more of this. There you are. Get some more of this out there. So Armor Wolf, sorry about that. That is, I mean, it's like there's just not enough stuff already going on. It's like, yeah, let's tack that on too. Quite literally, right? Yeah, that puts the actual tack and tacking on stuff there. There we go. So again, you can see how that's mixing the entire time. I'm going to do the same deal over here. And then hopefully you can see that that's still that's still pretty glazy right there. We're not going to mess with that. Again, it's dry brushy, but it is blending all the while. Let's do this. Let me find this here. That needs a little more thinner. Let's do this. There we are. And now that's going to be a little lighter there too. Is not, and then you can see how these will be the same as those, so I just have to let that bit of thinner over on the other side have a chance to set some more. Okay. Come on, get that edge. More. Here. Back to a blendy brush of some kind. We'll just use that. We got this plate right here. There we go. That's it. That's just mixing all together. Bingo. Let's do the same thing over on this side now. The lighter this gets, the lighter our interior stuff, or darker our interior stuff gets without having to do anything. Vice versa. The darker all the interior stuff gets, the lighter this will look. And you're a little too, maybe this guy as a micro blending brush here. Well, there's some stuff on that brush, so we're not going to use that anymore. There, that's better. This needs to get a little bit of light right on this piece here. To a little bit of thinner, because we got to get this stuff down here. All right. Nice to see you there, Ardemico. Ardemico, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Actually, no, Camden, did you get a chance to share your stuff there in the chat? I don't know. If you did, and I forgot to say, hey, go check out Camden's Instagram and such, please go ahead and do that again. Again, there's a little bit of distraction here, so in fact, the level of distraction is at very high levels. So if I forget something like that, also too, there was, I don't know, maybe 3 hours of sleep today, something like that. Let's get some more of this light here. Let's do that up here. Yep. Wow, that's actually more. I didn't think it was gonna make that big a difference. This guy up here, see, there's still, you can see it kind of shiny right there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Artemichael just shared. So Artemichael, is the Blood Bowl season officially underway? And you're doing the Norse thing, right, Artemichael? I do believe you're doing the Norse thing. See that's why we haven't been messing around with the other stuff, because there's some glazy stuff sitting in there. Fine, be that way. We'll just take it away with this here brush. You can do that. You can be that way. All right, now we can finally start to move this thing a little bit, because these two blades, they maybe not super light just yet, but those needed a little something there. They're again a little bit shy on some of the lighter stuff that they needed. They still have that off for a bite thing there, Michael. Actually, I think it works very differently from how it used to. Let me do this. Lighter there. Lighter here. I'm just going to put some of it there. I'm just going to try to absorb that liquidy stuff that's right there. Now over here, and you can see now I can finally start thinking about doing some of the underside of that. So I'm guessing there was just thralls and linemen maybe left at the end of that game. I'm thinking they still have the thralls on the vampire team there. Again, it's gone through a bunch of changes since I last was seeing vampires out there on the field. Let me do that here. Come on. There it is. Not sure if they still have that hypnotic gaze or whatever. Hit you. Come on. And this. So you can see there's a little bit of an edge there now. Oh man, that's a little too dark. Make that lighter too. There we are. Let's get that up here. It's been so long, Michael. I don't remember the way it used to work. Much know how it works now. I am fairly certain the last time I played any kind of Blood Bowl was 2007, maybe, maybe 2008. That was a wee while ago. Yeah, you can see how much liquid stuff there is still floating around. Coil, see what I did there? Yeah, I did that. Well, again, hopefully that can be reasonably successful for you this season. That needs to be there. There's some glowy stuff that's going to be happening in some of these areas of the hall. We just we gotta be We can't go too crazy going too quickly because, well, it's this here's oil painting. And we need to give stuff at least a little bit of time to set. And, well, speaking of set, that's what kind of green stuff does. That's kind of with the oils. You can you, green stuff gets to a certain point where it's not hardened, but you also can't sculpt with it anymore. Let me get a little bit of the light there and a little more light on these, but I'm going to maybe use something that's a bit softer than that. Also a little bit bigger than that. Here, let's take this here. Maybe a little bit thinner. So yeah, you can see now we can finally, again, mess around with this and not have to worry that it's going to get turned around or whatever. Well, hopefully you'll be able to. I know there's the other projects that you're working on. I wasn't sure if you were still continuing on the ReaperCon project, even though maybe ReaperCon's not quite going to be in the cards there. You can see here again a little bit of lighter edgy on this. All right. Yeah, a little bit later on the top there too. Lighter on this side. Ooh, let's hit this a little lighter, and then we're actually going to be putting some darker stuff down in the recesses. So again, you can start to really see how that builds up now. And this can definitely be lighter here. Let's get the other side. Good enough. Ooh, I thought we had. Oh, we did this on the. We did this on the front. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. I done this part. No, I didn't. Did it on the front. Okay. Oh, back to this again, and not the lightest that we can do. We can still go lighter than this. And then there will be some panel lines, not a ton. It's not going to be like Paneline Galactica there. That needs it. Yeah, that still needs to be lighter there. That still needs to be lighter. A little more. Like that. Here too. Come on, get that now. These guys need to be later. Gonna put some thinner on that brush there. Spread that around. Don't mind if it's got a little bit of the warmer orangey stuff in it because, well, what's this down here, right? That is warmer orangey stuff. It's a highly technical painting term, right, Camda? Orangey stuff. It's kind of like cratery things and leafy bits. That's precision color theory, wouldn't you say, Valfira? Orangey stuff. You don't get that kind of advanced high-level art talk anywhere else. See, even as it's gonna get a bit lighter here. Look at this. Not a ton, and then it will also be a little bit more. So when we get the old fast matte white out here too. It's expensive orangey stuff, right, Camda? That is not cheap orangey stuff. That's Series 7 right there. Don't mess with that. Come on. There we are. Now here we gotta find ourselves a brush that does not have any of the orange in it because, well, this stuff up here. Now, also here, let me take our indigo and some of our Mars black here. Let's start doing some even darker stuff in these areas. Was it last month that you got yourself that? Candor, was that actually a couple of months ago now that you got the titanium orange? That might have been a couple of months ago that you got your titanium orange. Come on, here we are. Alright, now I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I can move this stuff around here. Let me get some of this. There you are. Now I can finally do that. You know what? I need to... Finally I can get some of the darker stuff down here. Another round of view up in there, and now down again under here. Maybe even get a little bit more of the black in there. So almost a little bit less of the glazed kind of a stuff there. Now let's do that on this side. Hadn't really filled that in. Oh geez, we had a Cinco Uno there, Cam. Holy smoke! Sorry if I missed that. Sorry if I missed the Cinco Uno. I was thinking it was. I don't even think it was an hour in yet. I looked up there and I went, wait a minute. How is it? How is it an hour 18 minutes? Time flies when you're waiting for glue and green stuff to settle to set, right, Velfira? Oh, there's a whole big something on the end of that, but I'm gonna get rid of that. Whatever that is, sitting there on the end of that brush. Just gonna get the edge on some of that. You know what? I'm just gonna. It's a drop of pre-colored thinner. There you go. I hope all the prints went fabulous there, Camda. Come on. There. We'll have to use our little thumb stabilizer there. Now we got to get some of this on top of the, get on top of this shell right here. A little more, yep. Come on. You need to go this way. A little different angle. There we go. Then that way. And another coming down here. So just starting to maybe work out where some of this, again, some of these panel lines might end up. It's really weird because not long ago, I don't know, maybe an hour before this stream, not even, I was trying to do the basing bits for the W.O.D.E.N, and it's got all of these panel lines. Yeah, there's going to be panel lines and bases. I don't know if we've ever had panel lines and bases before, Valfira. I don't. Geez, do you remember? Well, I guess maybe some of the Cyberthuria bases might have had some panel lines in them, but otherwise, I can't really remember any other ones that might have actually had panel lines in them. And in terms of the bases, can you up there? That's not supposed to go there. See if we can replicate that on this side. It comes down to about there. And then straight down. Dark here. And before we come back and really bring in some of the latest stuff. Oh, let's make the underside a little lighter, shall we? A little more thinner then. Yep. More. Here we are. Maybe it's, yeah, okay, fine. A little more thinner. There we are. We do this now. Lighter under here, so again, that not really going to mess with that just yet. I might throw a little bit of our darker stuff on. I might just do that. No, let me do this first. Because we have nothing over here on these panels. That is basically just primers sitting there right now. Or a little bit of our lighter dry brushy stuff that we put on top. That's about it. You can see how that kind of solidifies that a little bit. It was look a little spotty. Just get that brush in in there. I can do a little bit of the lighter stuff on that. And just take this darker stuff for right now. And we're just gonna throw that on here. Just get that covered up. Because that's very distracting. There we are. To the lighter stuff we go. I'm going to take some of the fluorescent blue. Also, I'm still convinced that's manganese blue. I know that the pigment numbers don't say that, but I'm thinking it is. I'm still insisting that's a manganese blue hue. Maybe it's a little spicier than manganese blue hue, but still. And you can see that the base not quite as shiny as it was before either. That's getting less shiny. Let me hit this. More. There. Ah, that's it. And nope, that's got to be more of a mid-tone. Don't want it to be the white, but that's a little too dark, a little too ragged. There we go. That solidifies that. We sort of did that on this side. Yeah, no, I feel like I can mess around with some of the lighter stuff on a few of these panels here. Still have to get, there was a Michigan Toy Soldier to get more of the, oh, what the heck is that stuff? The Max Darth. Another one of, yeah, no, there's a, oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of orange in there. Let's get that out of there. Also, I'm going to get some more of this out here. We'll get that mixed up with the not manganese blue, otherwise known as fluorescent. Apparently, right now, the opera colors are on sale. I mean, not a ton. It's like, what, from 38 down to 36 or 38 down to 33 or whatever. That would be the fluorescent colors from Paul Rubens. So I'm not sure what, okay, there we are. Wow, there's still some of the orange. That pure orange, boy, that is that stuff. Don't give up, man. That is some that's some strong stuff. I was still coming out into the white here. Now we're seeing the lighter edge that we need to on some of these panels. Now we'll get some panel lines on here too. No sense in even fooling around with that until we have these all set the way we want them to be. Otherwise, we just have to work around the panel lines. That just wouldn't make a whole bunch of sense at all. All right. Let's do this in the... Oh, there's... I guess we gotta refresh this brush some more. Yes. Did it there. And then inside that, that's we're gonna have to get our blue in there. Let's lighten you up a bit here. Doing This now. Yeah, there was too much paint on there for doing this little thing along the edge. Had to retreat from that just a bit. Tighter on this edge. And then start to walk this stuff up. I could do. I don't know. Let's try this one, Velfira. Let's see what happens here. Even here, you can still see there is definitely some color in these gray. Look at this. See how that gray has a little bit of bluish violet to it? And look at that base. Right? Now, here's let me grab this one's another one of our carriers here. Can you see? Okay, there we are. That is so funny. Look at that, Velfira. Get you. Wow. Yeah, that is. It's pretty wild. I knew that would be kind of interesting to see what the film noir, right, felt that the two bases look basically identical. See what I did there? So what I did. Now here, let me get that color back, and there, got the color back now. Wow, gee whiz, look at that. And how much difference that lighter stuff makes. And this is something we're going to have to do kind of all across the ship here. Is just start working in some lighter stuff. There will be also some darker edges too. No, it's completely out of control, right, Velfira? Come on, get that light right in there. And let's see, it's not this week, it's next weekend, right, Velfira? That this is not the first weekend of college football. It's got to be next week. I mean, I could be wrong, but I do not think it is this week. Sorry if my brain already forgot. I know we were talking about this on the last stream, I'm pretty sure. Did we? Let me get that all out of here. Get some more of our white mixed with this blue. For that, and now there as well. Again, maybe a little bit more of the blue in there, not so much of the white. Thanks, Recoil. It was I was trying to do something very different from all the other designs that had already been out there, and of course, there's a couple of the other ones. And when you see the actual W.O.D.E.N next to these things, you can just kind of see how the ships and the W.O.D.E.N themselves all kind of are very similar. And yeah, when you see what the W.O.D.E.N look like, you'll get an idea of why the ships look the way they do. So here, let's get to. I think pretty soon here we'll be seeing. Is this going to be the download warden here that we see? Yeah, there's. So you can see again how the same sort of thing, the darker exoskeleton or whatever, and then you have the plates laid over the top of it. That looks very much like this construction, does it not? Some of the blue there. Bingo. Some of the white, some of that blue again. You could also use a phthalo blue or Prussian blue. Come on, give me more of that. Maybe a couple little lights in there. That will say is more of a reflected light situation here. A little more of that blue. Again, that's the floral blue. Ah, more like it. Same deal there. Now this also needs some of this here blue. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where the because I'm pretty sure I cured the one of the lady with the teddy bear. So again we'll have that because the next few Mondays are definitely going to be W.O.D.E.N ships here. Now let me do some darker stuff. That is some of the indigos, some of our black. That's we're gonna really see we're reinforcing some of our dark, but not just there's not just black. That's got a little bit of bluishness to it. That right there, not just black. Darken this down a little. Nope. Gotta be darker, maybe. Or, I like the idea of getting some of the lighter blue there. So we'll do that. Here, let's take some of the... Right, some of the blue. And this, well, again, to me, it's like a manganese blue, which means it's going to be towards the greener side. Ultramarine blue is much more of a reddish color, so even colors like blue. Now, speaking of blue, this was the council thing that I did because Moonlight Minis was on the council thing, so painted up that. So Moonlight Minis could just kind of be talking about their projects and such instead of having to kind of show things. That was a little too much now. I'm trying to break some of this down here for lighter engine glow there, and now let's do some other lighter glow over here. Yeah. There's some lighter glow there, maybe back to that sort of a mid-range blue. It's not really a highlight, not really dark either. Again, probably have to do some more really dark stuff in between those areas. Again, not gonna mess with the panel lines just yet on here. Let me get that little bit of light on the end of that. Too late. Backtrack a little bit. start to think about. Panel lines on that side. Where's there it is. I know there's a panel line up here somewhere. Where's another? Nah, not enough thinner on that. Panel line continues. Oh, here it is. And there. And there. Oh yeah, this whole thing needs a darker edge there. Get another panel. I gotta come down from here. Stop about there. Come straight down. How thick is it? A little too much thinner. I took some of the thinner away. Again, trying to work out some panel lines here. So now this is going to look more like a larger construction. At least that's what we're hoping for. And we'll do the same on all 4 segments of this. Well, all 4 sets of 3 segments. That should be right about here. Set the stage with that one, and then these next 2 kind of branch off from either side of it. Straight down, utilizing the liner brush. Again, this is from Princeton here. There you go. If Winsor Newton is all you can get, well, I don't know just how similar the Cotman series is, but it's kind of the same thing, where, well, they're both synthetics as far as the bristles go. That way, well, that is not quite level with the other one there. Better angle. Here, let's tune that up. Now we got to do a similar thing here. This may also be a little too thick. Make sure that's not quite super straight there. Again, just for all intents and purposes, wiping a bunch of it away. Now, in a little bit here, I'm going to do a little bit of a check on those prints because these are some pretty long, elaborate prints. I want to make sure nothing weird is going on with those. There we go. Let's put that down there. Yeah, unfortunately, Camden, I don't really. I might have seen that movie one time when it was first on, and never since. So I don't have any recollection of it. Yeah, you would think that he would have kind of a really supreme nifty thing, right, Camden? Yes, I conquered most of the known galaxy, and all I got was this junky TIE fighter. All right, look at this. Look at this here. A little extra bit of detail stuff there. There we go. Okay, now you see this starting to look like little plates and segments. And of course, this being a carrier, we almost have to kind of put more small ones on here to kind of generate that aspect of scale. But there are smaller ships. If you remember those, we weren't putting a whole lot of panel lines on those. Connect the panel lines. Getting rid of that extra. Like so. We'll come forward. Like this. And then another angle down. So more panel lines, more better. No, we'll wait on that. We'll wait on that. We're gonna try to go a little stronger back here on some of the dark sets. We were pretty good on this side. It was the other side where we kind of missed that. This way and down. We'll go straight down. Just gonna again use the other side as a bit of a marker. Extend this back a little. And then the little panel lines in here. So we got these large plates. They look like they're more of a collection of smaller ones, I guess. That's we. Is that going to be a new charity stream there, Recoil? Would we just do panel lines for 10 hours? Which Recoil, this is one of those ships. Remember I was talking about printing out one of these ships at not necessarily 28 millimeter scale, but at much larger in FDM. This was one of the ships I was thinking about, Recoil. Because these, right, these could be printed out separately, this bit here. You could take almost like this. It's not quite two halves. They're not exactly symmetrical, but you could sort of divide it this way, right? Or you could divide it this way and print it upwards. Oh, that would actually Recoil. That would be the way to go, right, Camden? Because if the layers are going this way, you're not really going to see as much stair stepping. If you print them this way flat on the plate, like if you split that in half, oh, that's the way to go. Yes, we'd have to go vertical. We could maybe just print like the 3 sections. Yeah, that wouldn't take long at all to print out with a .2 nozzle, would it, Camden? Not at all. Yeah, there'd be no time flat. print out a gigantic version of this. No problem. Yeah, that would only take a few days per section. Come on. There we are. All right, we got those. And let me do a little something here. I'll take this gray. That line was just too thick. Just gonna cut that back a bit. Let me throw this in here. That's better. That I don't know if we did the really well. Again, this is not our latest light. We have not put any fast mat white out here. We will be doing that probably after hour 3. Well, that's usually when that happens, right? So yeah, I mean we could have 1, 2, 3, 4 sections, something like that, or 5, depending on just how gigantic we wanted the thing to be. I mean, it's not like I don't like the other W.O.D.E.N designs, but there was just something about this one that I thought could really draw in the eyeballs, right, Rico, from kind of a distance. And again, if it's a much larger ship, I guess if it's FDM, you could almost have drilled a little holes or something to see if you can stick an LED light in there, I guess. Look at see how much lighter I can still go here. And let's see how that's now it's still kind of mixing here. This again, that's not dry. We just picked up some of the glaze there. Let me get this going because well, it was going to be the compass road, and I wanted to have the I think the Siri carrier was another really super distinct ship that I was thinking about. Now, of course, that one printing that one bigger though. That's going to be quite the challenge. Oh yeah. So Valfira again, the way that was working there. You have no idea when those changes happen. I mean, they literally there's no message or anything. You just go to use it and you're like, wow, that is completely different. Yeah, it would be like you go to get on your Streamlabs or something like that. All you want to do is just do a stream, and now it's now you're just doing Photoshop. It's like, wait a minute, this is supposed to be for live streaming. And it changed that radically. Come on, there we are, a little bit lighter there. Oh yeah, Velfair, I had no idea. I went to use it, and the whole interface was different. Also, Suno changed. So that is now also twice as expensive. I am hoping to be able to actually use my own, well, basically record my voice and then see if I can then make that voice sound like other things. No idea if that's how it's actually going to work. There won't be any time to even try it. It'll probably change before I even get a chance to use it, Valfira. If it's like anything else. Yeah, we're just about 2 hours in here. I just want to go again, check on those prints super quick. I want to make, especially that Arthur one, because that one that's like a 15-hour print, and that's on that Saturn. So that would probably be even. I would probably like 20 something hours on one of the Anycubics. So that's why I was telling you there, Valfair, you kind of have to go, okay, it works now, just use it till it drops. Because it will, it always does. Uh, Even today, Valfair, like an hour before the stream, it was working differently than it did in the morning. Nice to see you there, Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. So Inganes, I have to start looking into larger Anycubics. Basically, larger 12K Anycubics. So Inganes, if you want to share your Instagram link there, please go ahead. Inganes also paints with the oil, so everybody should also give Inganes a follow. And Camda, like we were talking about, right? Was that the last stream in Ganes or the stream before that? You had some luck with a larger Anycubic that was also of the 12K variety. That might be getting a little too light right there. It's a little on the thicker side. We're going to cut some of that away. Okay, that's good. Let me do this. And of course, Valfair, there's like multiple combinations of things that are different. So I'm just not really sure what in the world I'm even looking at. You know what? Let me get me some more of that out here. Yeah, I found that out the hard way, Valfair, when I went to kind of like, okay, let's go back to 6. And that was grayed out, wouldn't let me use it anymore. And at first I couldn't understand why, and then I realized it's because I had done the upgrade thing. And basically it was an early rollout of version 7. So again, and guys, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. You don't go there. Get off of there. Let me get some more of this. There we are. Blue there. More of the blue here. Then we have to come back with our later stuff. We're not done with that. Now that's gonna go around here. If I'm more of that's also got some thinner on it too. Bingo. Oh, that's got too much blood. There we are. Let's get more of this blue. Everybody check out the Instagram there that Engon has just shared. Okay, is nice there. We did that. We did those. Yep. Anyway, we'll be coming back with some. We're gonna maybe get some really light stuff in these glow here. Let me try this first. Get all the lighter stuff out of ZBrush. Yeah, that was looking a little too light in that. Here, see, we had already gotten that darker. All right, so again, I'm just gonna go and check on those prints super quick. super quick. I shall be right back. Don't go anywheres because we might even put some more highlight, and maybe not on the side of this just yet. We are going to try and do a little bit more lighter stuff on the underside of our wooden ship here, and we'll do that next. Don't go away. We'll be right back. There was another advantage of being able to go down there because this was the sculpt that I was showing in the presentation, right? So I'm gonna be doing another version of this right here. I'll make it a little bit bigger than that, but we can see some of. There you go. There's some of the meet the Woden. That is. Let me. Well, that's not too bad. I mean that's right around again, kind of that 28 millimeter true scale. Wouldn't you say there, Camda? Yeah, that worked out pretty good. And then where's one of the bigger dudes with the. Here we are. So there's again, there's some of your more your defense-oriented W.O.D.E.N type figures right there. Nice shields with the glowy stuff, and you can see all those segmented pieces is just like what we're painting with our ship right there. Now, where's some of the really big dudes? I could here they are. Yep, there's one of the bigger ones. So this should be pretty wild. Look at that. That's not too bad. Hey there, Rems. Nice to see ya. Nice to see you there, Rem. So yeah, this look at that. That didn't work out too bad, right, Valfair? Look at that. And any of these, right? So that look at the teensy little fingers on there. Now see, this is actually from the one Saturn. Yeah, this right here and that other one you saw. There you go. Yeah, you can see there's really nice detail from that. It's just why does this Saturn work and the other one doesn't? And it was these exact same files. Same resin, same files, same settings, same supports, same everything. One prints, the other does not. And I mean, that is kind of a mystery, right, Valfira? I mean, that's just a wee bit of a mystery. It's like, wait a minute, why does it work with one and it does not work with the other? Now here, we're taking a little bit of indigo. That is still way too light. Well, that might be better. So Rams, I hope that you're doing super well, of course. And of course, Rams, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Please feel like you can do that. So that's the crazy thing, Valfira, is that if it would be one thing if when it does print something good, it's not that fantastic, but when it does print stuff, I mean, it's got some detail, right? So yeah, Valfira, that's what I got to research after of course, the sidewalk stuff has kind of, well, with all the sidewalk stuff, we're not going to be able to be getting any new printers anytime soon. I'm glad that you were able to get a little bit of sleep there, Rems, because, well, that can come in handy sometimes, can't it? Yeah, who would have thunk it, right, Candid, that sleep might actually come in a bit handy at a certain point. Now we might have to. I still think I want to get me some darker stuff. Let me see how this goes. Oh, jeez. Like I don't think we need this for painting right now. I think that can go away. Yeah. I don't think we need that out there. To the darkest stuff we go. Let me see how this here is going to work. Yes, indeed. Okay. That's good. Is nice. Is nice. Come on. Ooh, there's that extra bit of dirt. We need that over here. It would be super nice. Let me see if it's going to let me do this. Yep, it does. I will do a similar thing on the other side. Now, let's see if we can do some panel lines here. Come on, up and over. Get you cordoned off. Yeah. So recoil, I'm very now I'm super tempted as I see this thing looking like this. Now there's a part of me that says I just want to see this like 2.5 feet long or something, some kind of crazy crazy bonkers type thing like that. I don't know. I kind of want to see that now. I've seen the vision of it in my head, right? And I can't unsee that vision. Oh, also too, I'll send you, Rico. I've got a picture of whatchamacallit there, Morgan Le Fay on that serpent throne, but it's actually in an entire environment. So that's the thing I was also doing while I was trying to eat some food earlier. Was I was taking the pictures of the minute, like all the Instagram pictures of the miniatures that I've painted, and then sticking them in the environment. So basically, reverse engineering them. All right. So taking the pictures of the miniatures, the pictures of the painted backdrops that we did on stream. So I basically took all this painted stuff and remastered it and said, okay, here, make me a scene with all this. And those could make some really fun paintings. Oh, yeah, there's a really nifty one of Galahad. Again, that one of uh, Morgan Le Fay on that serpent throne. That would make a really nifty painting. I mean, super nifty painting. And it might have to be like an 8 by 10 or something like that. It might have to be a little bit bigger than a. Actually, it might even have to be more like a 16 by 20. Some of these things. So yeah, Rico, I was very excited when I saw it. I was not expecting. Yeah, I didn't. I was like, whatever. Maybe it'll be somewhat interesting. And the results that it gave me were like, wow. Again, some of these paintings just have to happen now. I think it would be really fun. Now, this actually has a little bit of violet to it, by the way. This is our not radiant periwinkle, right, Camda? Can never have enough not radiant periwinkle. No such thing as too much of that. There. I mean, yeah, I was really shocked, Rico. I was not expecting that at all. Let me see if oh, nope, not I don't want that one. Nope, that's not it either. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Just scrolling up to find it here. There it is. So that should make a very interesting painting because I really love the green glow in these braziers here, and then you can see all of the digital snake patterns there. So that might have to be like I might actually have to print up a whole bunch of terrain. Yes, Cyberthurian terrain might just have to happen. Even, let me see if I can find the Nimue one here. That is not it. Where is, nope, that's not it either. Come on. I guess I already scrolled past it. Ah, wait a minute, wait a minute. I think we're there. It's taken forever to show up. Oh well, I thought I could find it. Ooh, there we are. Yeah, so this would be another interesting painting of Lady of Shalott with all of the monitors all around. And again, I just took the painted miniature and put it in different environments. More of this. Man, I still think I can get some of the dark back in here. And we'll keep pushing some of this later mid-tone stuff as well. And I'm hoping, oh, I think maybe Wednesday. So this, where's that? I'm going to be filming actually the first of the, what is that? What's the monument stuff there? That's called One Step or something like that. But it's going to be another one of those. Remember, Camda, the getting into the mindset for oils videos? That is what I'm going to try to film Tuesday if we all survive here. Let's get a little bit of. Actually, no, we still got to go darker on the backside. All right, fine. We got it right here. I got this indigo. I got the Mars black. I will use those. Do I still? I even still have some of this left. Oh, look at this. There's still some of the thinner from our mixing there. Fine, we'll put that on there too. Darker gray. Gonna go there with this edge here is looking a little bit peaked. Not quite as sharp as I would like it to be. So I'll sharpen you up. Also you. Nice there. So yeah, and guys have to, I think, look and see what is available 12K wise in any cubics, because reliability is what we need. Let me pull this down. There we go. Now let's do the, yeah, we really got to do that on this side here. Okay. We start here. Now those at least are all about at the same height. There was a reason why I did not do any panel lineage up here. Alright, let me get that thing off to the side before I spill that. We have hopefully turned this into a blending brush. Yeah, we were able to get enough of the thinner out of there. See that? That was a little bit wonky. That was a little bit of a mess right there. Now we got that settled, a little bit cleaned up. That was not what I was looking for there earlier. Okay, we did the darker stuff on the other side. We're good there, but you know what? We'll darken that down a little more. And this too. We're pretty good on the bottom of that. Okay, now down here let's start to clean up and sharpen up some of this. Maybe even do some panel lineage, but we can finally do this now without worrying about the whole thing falling off of here. It took a little while for it to set, that's all. But yeah, we haven't really had any kind of ships like this, and well, wait till you see the fishy ships. Yes, wait till you see the Alcheban or the Alkeban ships there. Oh my gosh. Those will be very nifty. I think people get a kick out of those too. Oops, that was the wrong pile. It's supposed to be the pile next to it. That's alright. That edge is a whole lot cleaner. Right there. Now, Camden, I did the first. I'm going to be printing out, hopefully, probably next week. Well, I don't know. Again, it depends on how, if things go well this week. Actually, if I can set up that reserve anycubic printer, who knows? I might actually have some of the fish and chip stuff printed out sooner rather than later. So I'm going to take down, again, that one Saturn. We'll just take that thing down, get it out of the way, and break out the... it was another Anycubic. It was... I think I even got it on eBay or something. Yeah, I think I might have actually got it on eBay. It was super, super duper clearance. I mean, it was probably at 1/4 of what the original cost would be. If that much. So I figured I would do, Camda, is, keep the bill plates, keep the VATs. Basically, keep anything that could be pirated to keep the other one going. Because again, the one that's working, well, we want to keep that one operational as long as possible. It's what I was going to do with the other Anycubics, but they just kept on working. Even when they were all broken, they still worked. Again, those never saw broken machines work so well. And they are most definitely broken in multiple places. Yeah, let me do this here. Yeah, let me do this. Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can go back up here and then get back to some of the later. So we still got that white out there. There it is. Do I go dry brushing? Let me see what happens. Yeah, look at how much later that is. Like we were talking about on your stream, right, Camda? I mean, it's just when you think you have practically no paint on the brush, take some more of it off. Because look at that. That is definitely doing something. Nice to see you there, Draca. And look at this, it's a Cinco Dos. Gee whiz, almost mystic there, Camda. Thank you so much. Oh, here's hoping, as always there, Revless, here's hoping that that order shows up in a timely fashion, right? So, Draca, I hope that everything is fabulous. We are painting the very first of the W.O.D.E.N ships. And Draca, a little bit ago I was showing, well, here again is this is the showcase sculpt for the W.O.D.E.N right here. And there's going to be other ones of those. We'll certainly be printing out some of these in a much larger fashion right here. These are for the Army Painting series right here. There's a whole... Oh, and also, too, we have a new... This is the Brandwin bust that goes... Where did she... Here she is. So that goes with the Brandwin figure. So we'll get this thing all prepped and ready to rock and roll. And of course, check this out, Drake. There's the Arian. Oh, I got to reprint that bust too, so that we can paint that up again. And we did do a film noir. Again, you can see what the Seri Republic ship looks like. Oh, speaking of panel lines, look at that. So again, that was much more not very rectilinear. That was much more almost like scales in a way, and then this is a bit more standard, I guess. And look at the same idea, very different colors. And of course, we did this on our last stream on Saturday. That is part of the also part of the Seri Republic right there, part of the Bird Brains. So this again is one of our W.O.D.E.N ships. This is a carrier. I wonder. Well, let's see. Let me see if I can drag this out of here. Is it on this? Oh, it is on this shelf. So this is a W.O.D.E.N defense platform right here. There's gonna be lots of glowy stuff on here. That's gonna be super fun. And then of course this is one of the that would be your W.O.D.E.N battleship right there. Again, the same kind of sections here, much like what we see there. And like always, there's smaller ships. That's a heavy cruiser right there. Here you've got a light cruiser. Let's get again. We're just doing a bit of dry brush over our lighter stuff here, or our lightest stuff. You can see that that's getting lighter and lighter. Yet it's still mixing the entire time. And of course, Drake, I don't know if you saw, probably haven't seen all of the marble videos then. Oh my goodness, there's tons of more. There's actually I got to do the photography on that so we can have all of that, all those marbles up on the Instagrams there. Again, just doing the dry brushy here of the lighter stuff. This thing is so large. I basically kind of had to zoom out here so that people could get a little better view of what this is all about. There we go. Again, see how that's mixing the entire time. That we'll have to. There's some of our dark we need to get around these right up in here. But first, more light. Look at how much lighter that is. And then it's just gonna mix with everything that's already there. Let me refresh. Let me refresh that brush there. So rims, we already have that. We already have done several of those. Let me see if I can find that for you. So this was a Vehicles Workshop series. Oh, whoop, did I pass it? No, I didn't pass. That's not there. Nope, that's what I was going to say. That's not it. This is it. There you go. So yeah, there you go, Rems. That's a Vehicles Workshop 5. I think there was it's either a 3 or 4-part series, Rems. So there you go. There is a very much what you're talking about right there. And there's other ones too, same thing. Remember, Rems, you've got that search function. That comes with the Army Painter link, or with the Army Painter email. And that's a search engine to help you find stuff like that. So in that, you would search, basically spacescapes, or galaxy effect, or nebula effect, or something like that. So yeah, at the start of all of those Army Painter emails is that link. I think there's a couple of other instances too where we've got again the spacescape being painted either as a freehand type of thing somewhere. Also, too, Rems, there's an army painting. Oh, do I have the ships here? I don't have one of the ships. I think it's actually one of the. So Rems, it's an army painter. I think it's Army Painting Series 47 or 48 or something like that. But it's basically this. It is basically also two Rems. This was also a two-part series. So one episode was basically just this. The other episode was the ship. So all of the stuff that you're asking about, we have multiple videos on those. So yeah, there's an entire army painting series on basically Battlefleet Gothic stuff there, Rems. And then there's again like a mini series, a little two-part series on that Siri Republic carrier. And guess what episode one is, Rems? It's all painting like a dozen of these for that army painting series or more. It was at least a dozen of them. That's why I did the marble, because we'd done plenty of spacescapes. We hadn't done a marble exposition like that. Ooh, yeah, look at how much later we can make this. Yeah, we got to also sneak some panel lines in on those too somehow, some way. Not just yet. We're going to have to let that set a little bit now. We need to get a little bit of light into those. I think that was a 6-part episode, Rems. I am pretty sure that was a 6-parter, one of the longest or, most episodes in a single series. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Paul Rubens since then, haven't we, Camden? There is that. I know I don't want to be a Weisenheimer or anything like that when people ask, well, can you do an episode on this, that, or the other? But in general, there's what is it? Oh yeah, there's an app for that. In general, when people say, well, I'd like to see something like this, I'm like, well, okay, there's about 3 series that have that in there. There's quite a few series, right, Rems? I believe now, if you, I think it's pretty safe to say, right, Recoil, if you sign up for the Patreon page, you're going to get 3,000 hours worth of videos. I don't have an official count, but I'm thinking if we're not over 3,000 hours of videos, we got to be real close to it. Because that is every video that I've ever filmed since 2013. So you're getting, what, 13 years worth of videos, going on 14. That'll keep you busy for a while. I would suggest you get quite a few snacks. Get yourself a whole bunch of snacks because you'll be watching for a while. Let's put it this way, Rems. We were trying to do a calculation. Let's say you never slept or ate or did anything else except just watch the videos continuously. Even back in the early, I don't know, it was maybe 2024, it would have taken you 87 days. And that again is continuous watching, no stopping for anything. Still would have taken you about 80 something days. Now, it's probably twice that. Yes, your great grandkids will be watching those Rems. Let's do. Ah, there we go. We were missing some of that light red. Well, look at see how that just mixes. Look at that. Now it does mean I got to go back here refresh the brush because guess what? It was picking up a whole bunch of that darker stuff. Oh yeah, what was it, Cam? Oh, that's right, Cam. If your hand ever touches the ferrule of the brush, you dishonor your entire family for 10 generations. I believe that's how that goes. Oh, gee whiz, we never did get our panel lineage over on this side. All right, fine. I thought we did that on this side, but I guess not. Oh, that's right. We had to do a little bit of repair on that side. Not too much thinner in that. We don't need a panel line wash to do our panel lines. See what I did there? There we are. So yeah, we're gonna have to get some more of our light on that. Speaking of more light, let me see if I can go lighter. You know what? I might even break out another one of these and start breaking in one of these. We will go lighter here. Start breaking this down. Get some of our blue in there too. So again, just kind of breaking this down. Back to some of the white here. Still, again, got a little touch of that blue in it here. Let's make this much lighter in here. Around there. Try this again. Be a little more challenging on this side. Back to some of our blue here, make an adjustment. There we are. Okay, that will make this a little easier. Try this again. A little more. Try this again here. Ah, there we have it. Back to that lighter blue we go. That's better. And then a little light there. So yeah, it looks like it's casting some light. Same thing here. More of our light right there. And this. Nope. Let me go back to this blue here. Nope, that's not working. Too light. Now we'll come back with our lightest stuff over here. Let's do that. Right in there and on that side too. We kind of got these pretty light already. We should probably get the engine glow on that too. A little bit of thinner. Around the edge of these. Get this one too. There we are. Stick with this blue here. Make this later. Okay, let's get to our lightest stuff. There. Repeat that over here. And we already have the cowling there. Get some more of that lighter blue up in there. Catch some of it on the bottom of this. Here. There. These are also going to need a little bit more of an edge there too. To the light we go, you know, give me a little drop of thinner on that just to keep that going. Try to refine this even more now with our liner brush here. Catch the edge of some of these piano lines here. Don't necessarily want to make that too light on that bottom side. An extra bit of light on these edges here. That one. Now here. Also, lighter along these edges. Yeah, much lighter edge along that. Boom. Oh yeah, we never did do the light stuff on this. Right up there. And then all along these, along these panels here, let's get that a whole lot lighter. Look at that. I've been wanting to do that for a while. Couldn't do that for a while because that paint was not set yet at all. We had to wait for it to set. We waited for it to set, and then we can finally get to some of the stuff we needed to there. No, I'm going to turn you around. There's a bunch of little things we want to do in here. Also want to get some of the blue-ish light in there, and some of these little areas right in here. And not all the panel lines will necessarily be dark. Some of these are going to be actually lighter panel lines here. Come on, there we go. Also make you lighter, and then here we're just kind of using this like a loaded blending brush. Ye old loaded blending brush there. Where's that blue? Maybe some thinner on that. In here like we were talking about. Get rid of that fuzz. To the lighter blue we go. Not sure if that's enough thinner on there. I guess so. So we got some lights is there. Might even, I don't know, maybe we break out some of the either Prussian blue or phthalo blue. Well, we have none of the bluish light on any of this coming from over here. Ooh, let's just get the lightest stuff in there too. Alright. I'll take that. Drop that in there. There, that's that little bit of light we needed right on that. Panel line. Oh, here, let's not use this one. Let's keep that for the lighter stuff, shall we? That's what this here is for panel lines. Come down that way. I think, no, we hadn't done this one yet. I thought we had. Okay, now that the glue is finally set here, I can start to do some of this stuff on the underside here. Some panel lines that go. Be easier if the base wasn't in the way. I think now we're finally clear of the base. Yeah. Get in there. And I think that goes this way then. And I'll mark that there and there. Connect the panel lines. Another set here. Darken all that down. More dark. Back in there. Same deal on this side. Yeah, we need some more dark in there. This going to get a panel line too. Like that, and then this away. Branch it out. then these guys, we're going to start to carve out some of the details for those. Get these with the blue glow on them. Where's our lighter stuff here? Blue there, blue there. Multiple blue in there. We need some of that over on that and that. There too. Another one in there. And now for the lighter. Well, not the latest, but lighter. I need some thinner. Some of that again right in here. Let me see if I can get these two guys. That side. And that side. Minus that piece of fuzz there. Might still have to come back with a dark on. Or do we go? Maybe we go with the lighter stuff. Let me see what happens with this. Okay, that's what we needed. We actually needed to go a little bit lighter there. All right, that's fine. Come on, make. No, that would be too late, too quick with the blue. Now I think we're talking. Yeah, and now we can start to see again some of that underlying skeleton underneath. And again, these are armor plates over the top of it, which is very much prominently featured on the actual W.O.D.E.N themselves. Again, they are not androids, they are not robots, they are synthoids. They are people whose consciousness was essentially, for all intents and purposes, they had to rip it out of their bodies and then download that into the synthoid bodies, which is a process that is not very fun at all, given that like 5% of the people that do it don't survive it. But another 5% wish they never tried it. It is not a pleasant experience. Now we can get some of these little bits and bobs here, a little bit lighter too. Again, this does not have the blue in it, this light over here. That is more neutral. Somehow we didn't get this armor plate quite as light as the other ones. Now we're talking. There's definitely there are definitely a few instances of that. That is why. That's actually one of the reasons why there's, shall we say, a bit of a waiting process there, Valfera, because well, they don't want that to happen. So there is that is one of the reasons you have to That's why you have the download overseer there, Valfera. That is the task of the download overseer to make sure that the candidates are 100% ready. And hence the whole it's a sacrifice. It is very much a sacrifice to choose the W.O.D.E.N existence. That is much better. Yeah, I might even do a. No, I'm not going to do that panel line. We'll wait on that. That would be 0. That would be 0 because, well, let's just say the W.O.D.E.N would take care of that. Again, download overseer. That's what the overseer does. Well, among other things, ooh, we need a panel line here and a panel line there. And again, thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page where our very next army painting series is, in fact, the W.O.D.E.N. So the folks that belong to these ships, this is our army painting series. So, and remember, the files will be part of your Patreon subscription as all of the other stuff that we've been doing. So again, these scopes that I was able to develop, we're going to be using those again for an army painting series. So again, remember the wait is in some cases millennia. So you were, let's just say you are prepared as best as possible over the course of thousands of years. That is, so, let's reinforce that panel line there. That was very much anticipated. That was very much anticipated from the start. So let's just say that the safety protocols were in place long before. I think also too there might be a little bit of a misnomer on, well, they're indestructible because they're synthoids. They are very much destroyable. Yes, that's another kind of built-in fail-safe is that well, you can be destroyed pretty easily. They have the stuff that can do the job. Let's put it that way. Let me get that going this way. You got to continue all the way there, and then you connect to this right here. You know what? I'm gonna. Oh, that's what we did. The panel lines went this way. All right, fine. I see what's going on there. We need a little more thinner though. And then you come out this way. Darker there. Sharpen those points. Same thing here, and there's yeah, that went a little raggedy right there. A little bit cleaner now. There we are. Now we're getting ourselves some. Can divide these into some extra shapes there. So the usual, and I think we will be able to do the usual Thursday, Friday, and Saturday streams. I think now it's going to be weird on Tuesday, well later today, but I do think the Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams. So there are no persons anymore. They ceased to be non-synthoids a long time ago. And again, there is no difference between a synthoid and a person, except one. They have the synthoid bodies. Otherwise, they are just a person. Yes, any physical beings that resemble us, those were extinguished a long time ago on W.O.D.E.N. Is this the there we go. And we use this phthalo blue. That'll work. That shall work. Let me get this thing closed a little bit more. There we go. Alright, some more of our darker stuff here around that. There we go. Now that looks a little bit more glowy. We needed, you must have dark to show the light. And now we've got some dark. Got to do that around these guys here. Much better. We'll do that to this one. Much better. What did it misspell it to there, Velfira? What was it? No, that is not what I would have thought it would do there, Velfira. That is not what I thought it would do. Whoops, wrong thing. I gotta scroll way up to get to the autocorrect monster. There he is. So Velfira, we do have to find a place in our universe for the autocorrect monster. Let me scroll back on down here. So yeah, we'll have to see if there's a place actually maybe in the void. That would be an appropriate area, don't you think, Valfira? Is that the autocorrect monster in the void? Now we're talking. See, we already kind of had this on the other side. That's yeah, that definitely helped a bunch. Now let me hit this two a little more. There we are. Also here. So is the autocorrect monster, is that the insane W.O.D.E.N that you're looking for, Valfira? Yeah, you might have found him actually, Valfira. Or he found you, one or the other. Oh, wow. Yeah, see that? Glad I brought out ye old phthalo blue, which has a whole bunch of green in it. Well, maybe more cyan as opposed to green. Maybe we should say it that way. Hit you some, hit you some. Yeah, that is making a nice little difference there. Gonna get some of this blue around these little nodes right here. Plus that. Some of these as well, okay. And now this is gonna be another place where we're gonna get some of our blue and some of our light here. But first, we'll sort of stain it darker before we come back with this. Nice. Been waiting to see this for a while too. Drake, really do enjoy these different. So our Terra Force one, you can see we had another different color scheme there. I think you saw a bunch of the Battlestar Galactica ones, right, Drake? With the turquoise and the orange. Nice to see you there, Vivi. So Veilfair, actually here, well, just watch the video right at the end of the video. It says one that loses a world learns caution. One that suffers extinction fights so that others never have to. And also,
hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
we're going to welcome in Vivi. So it's another one of these ship type things here that's really super small, and I can't. Not even a hobbit can fit into that. No, we've had a whole bunch of half of sixes. So instead of getting a Gandalf six, we've had like a bunch of halvesies. Let's see if we can get a full six for Vivi. Well, it's 2/3. Still better than half. Still better than half. So right now, this is our. Here's our phthalo blue. There's phthalo blue that we just put out there. Back to that in here and make you a little bit darker. Same thing over there. Let's get the tops of these now as light as we can. Maybe not so much thinner either. Let's see how this works. So many thanks for the follow, Vivi. Appreciate that. Nope, too late. We will go a little bit of a backtrack on it. There we are. That was a wee smidge too light. This is almost a little bit like a little bit of source lighting over here too. And of course, again, you also can see, and I think you saw in the Alkeban video, how they also help to help the folks that were left behind on Earth to survive and help recover the planet. Now I will let me go. Nope, not with the dark stuff. This, that is the one. Okay, and these are again this is something that can be deployed. These are actually movable. You can sort of see a little bit of the mechanism right here. You can see a teensy bit of it. See right in there. You can see a tiny bit of it. Actually, I wonder if let me maybe zoom in here so we can see a little bit more of that. Take this guy here. No, I guess we need some more of our light. Maybe some thinner too. Yeah, we had to kind of go in there and Just do a little bit of a clean sweep on that. And also too, well, when we get to the say the Charons reach pirates, there's a whole story behind them and why they came into existence. Lou, I think I've got maybe 7 of them. Technically, Lou, but we did our first. There you go. We count that as another one of our holiday planets right there. Yeah, we're counting that. So Drake, it's also going to depend which one you got. Is it Williamsburg? Is it Windsor Newton? Or is it Gamlin? Because there is a video there, Draca, on the different Mars Black. And also, I think we even compared Black Spinel in that one too, Draca. Rico, I keep forgetting that was pretty much at the same time, or was at the same time, right? So that's kind of a wild, that's kind of wild right there. Okay, so you can again, you can there, you can see it a little bit more right there. So yeah, Drake, the Williamsburg, I believe, was a little bit on the more neutral side. I think the Windsor Newton was probably the warmest of the three. And I think maybe the Gamblin one actually had a little bit more coolness to it. So yeah, there's those the 3 different Mars Black definitely were different one from the next. As the Black Spinel, I think, was also different from all of them. There's definitely going to be some differences because, oh, yeah, because we use these in the a lot of the airbrush workshop videos and such, and those definitely act differently than the oils. So it could be the same pigment or the same color, but yeah, phthalo blue is gonna it's gonna act differently with the acrylics than with the oils. Okay, again, you can see how that edge kind of comes down over the side. It's just like what we got here. Ooh, yeah, this needs to be some edgies over here. I forgot all about these. All right, that's all right. Oh, yeah, them there. That also here. Oh, no problem there, Drake. No problem. And actually, Drake, the next video that I am filming it's actually an acrylics video. Yeah, that's something we should say about the Patreon page. It's not they are not all oil videos. I would say it's still even 35-40% of them are actually with acrylics. Actually, maybe more like 40% at least. Maybe even 45% are actually acrylics. Because, well, if it's an airbrush video, it's acrylics. Not, there is no reason to be doing any kind of oil paint stuff with acrylics, that's for sure. Or with the airbrush. That's what the hairy sticks are for with the oil paints. So no need to be using oils and airbrushes together at all. That would be an ungodly mess for one thing. And there would be no advantage to it either. That's the other fun fact, is that would, if anything, it would just make it take way longer and not, it would take away all the advantages of the oils. So, yep, it makes no sense to be fooling around like that. Man, the mess that would make. All right, let's get these segments here now. Do that on the other side. In the center here, we got to get some tighter lines along these bits and pieces. There we go. That starts to stand out more and more. Here, let's zoom back out again real quick. Man, that just, oh my, I can't even imagine, Drake, how long it would take to try and clean up that mess. Like you say, all of the mess, not just the airbrush mess, but all the other mess that would happen. That would be like a mess on top of a mess. No, I'm gonna. No, that's too much paint there. Try this again here. Another set of like right along the edge of that, and then here too. Now for these guys, right there. I got some stuff down in here too, but maybe not that late. Somewhere in between. Look at that, we got some of our indigo. Got sort of a bluish gray. Couple little lights in there. Do I want to lighten you? Let me lighten you up a little bit more in here. Let's do some more light here. Yeah, catch a little bit more on that. I don't know if you can see some of the machinery down in there, but there is some. And Drake, there's there was especially early on with the videos, there used to be scenes where I intentionally would go, "Oh, look at that! We just made a mistake there," just to show folks how easy it was to try and rectify that. And that was back in the acrylic days too. That wouldn't. That was long before the oil paints. And here, we'll throw that linky in the chat here super quick again. This will give you the whole story. Well, at least a good the flavor of this species here. Again, not robots, not androids, just people in synthoid bodies. That was the only way they could survive. And that's one of 6 lore videos now, because they have one for the Alkiba. That was the latest one. Come on, get you lighter there too. Yep, that's good. We need to catch some more of this lighter. Put all the way down in there. Maybe a little bit of edgy on that. And it should be interesting to see what a film noir looks like now. I mean, didn't we do one? Oh gosh, would you say about 45 minutes in or so, Valfera? And we only hit a tiny, tiny, tiny bit of the shading in at that time. So it should look dramatically different now, but we'll still do the thing with the spacescape so that folks can see what it looks like in comparison. That the spacescapes, when you take away the color, they're all essentially the exact same thing. Yeah, we gotta get some lighter stuff, and there's not too much elsewhere. Not right now, anyways. That will happen a little bit later. Now we'll do a film noir on this, but then we're gonna grab another one of our ship bases there, and we'll compare those side by side. Now look at the also look at the grays in this. You're gonna see that when we do the film noir on this thing, these grays are gonna change. They are not gonna have that kind of bluish, purplish look. They're gonna be very much. See, that's a dead gray. That's a gray with no color to it. Also, too, look at that base. Even you see, there's that little bit of a purple. There's a tiny bit of color to it. Now let us grab this one. I think it was easier to have these two. Okay, so I think okay, good. We got them lined up. Now, now watch this. Is that pretty wild or what? I mean, this is green and blue. That is red and orange. Yet now they look exactly the same. That is absolutely bonkers, right, Valfira? Holy smokes, Cam! I was just about to ask, are we in line for Cinco Trace? We are. Look at it, it's only about 12 minutes away. I'm glad I looked up there, Cam. I might have missed that. I looked up. It's like, holy cow! It's 3:21. I guess I already missed. No, let's see. We could still. No, we couldn't have a Quattro Trace just yet, but we will have a Cinco Trace soon enough. Where are we? Oh, here we are. Reinforce these two lines, and now we got to try and do some panels here, some panel lineage. Come on, that will go up to there. The corner up to there. The corner up to there. From the corner up to there. Now let me reinforce this one a little more. Okay, there we are. And this is gonna go across. Nope, that one didn't quite go where it was supposed to. Well, look at this. So there, we could say, wow, well, gee whiz, we messed something up. Now we will do a little bit of repair. Maybe a little wider for that. Easy enough. That was not exactly difficult. So we'll try it again. And now that is where it was supposed to be in the first place. Thank you very much. Maybe we just do we yeah, let's get some more of our dark in here. Then we'll then maybe come back with some of that lighter blue. Or no, maybe we'll just try the lighter gray at first here. Yeah, let's do that. That would be this stuff. Well, the ultimate Camden, I was just looking if we had 33 people right in the viewer count and it was also 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. I don't think we've ever had that. Uh, Actually, Michael, if you wanted to share stuff in the chat again, it's been a while. Same thing there, Camden. Why don't you share some stuff in the chat? It's been a little while. Where we are, here we are with it. Nope, that's the part we're working from there. Come on, a little bit more. There we are. Also there. So now we can really see there's stuff going on in there. Now let's also start to maybe do some things down on the underside, on the ventral side of the ship here. We've been doing a lot of stuff on the dorsal side. Now we're going to try and get some more things happening down here. But check out the Instagram link that Arto Michael just shared. Now we'll get some more of our Lightor blue in here. You can see where my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal fair. I mean, literally. And I only got 2 fingers on it also. That's it. More of our lighter blue there. Edge there. And maybe get a little more thinner on that. Lighten up these a bit more. Like this. Nope. Not. Had to dry out that brush a little bit more. So, but again, check out the Instagram link that Artem Michael shared. Bam, and like that. Nope, too much of the. And actually, you know what? Let me get one of our micro filberts here. And that does have a little bit of thinner in it so that can travel a little easier. And again, see how that's kind of mixing along the way. Turn this baby over. Get a little bit more of the light in that area there, and might even use some of this violet here. No, that's too much of the red. So let's retreat a little bit back to some of the violet here for some lighter grays in the, get on this ventral side of the ship here. Influenced by the colors in our starscape. To the lighter gray we go again here. Some there. Make that lighter too. Gonna get a little smidge of that down here. See that again? That kind of changes that color. We're gonna do the same deal over here. That's a teensy bit. I don't want to say it's a pinkish type color, but it's definitely on the warmer side. Again, none of this is just dead gray. There's some kind of color to us. Some will have more blue in it. Some of it, in this case, again, has almost like a bit of a reddish color or radish, either one. I'm gonna make that actually a little bit less blue. I mean, we're pretty good on this side. Oh well, now we're about to have a quattro trace here, Camden. Yeah, look at that. It's almost 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 33 seconds. So there's a quattro trace. But we got a cinco trace coming up. Those are extra special, right, Camden? To the light we go. Up here. I think we had it later on the other side. Yeah, well, let's try a little bit more here too. Fine. There, alright. Now back to this is to more of the warmer gray. Same thing here. Let me get a little bit more of separation. Lighter, lighter, lighter. Okay, fine. We'll use some of this. Couple extra bits and pieces, and then we might come back with the really dark stuff too. Maybe a little more thinner on the. Ooh, not too much. Yeah, that would just end up as a pin line wash. That would be a no bueno. To that dark we go. Once again, in here, up along there, a little more thinner. Yeah. Now, down here. That is going to get, yeah, a little more separation right there. Another piano line that emerges from there. Because we need these to be divided. And, well, now they actually are. Might even be able to, here, get a little more definition around these portions around the base. Well, we'll get to some of our lighter stuff on the base here too after. That's got to be one of the very last things that we do. Essentially, because I keep sticking my fingers and stuff on that. There we go, a cinco trace. Thank you very much, Canned. Appreciate that. 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds ago. This was basically just gray primer. It looked an awful lot like, well, that. That's basically what it looked like. It looks a smidge different. And obviously, now that we've done this color test fig here, it'll take a little less time to get to this stage. And of course, on our next Armada Monday, we'll be painting either one, other capital ship like this, or maybe a few kind of a mid-sized ships. So there's 3 different size bases. All the capital ships go on 90s. All of your things like cruisers, heavy cruisers, your transport ships, those go on 60s, and then all of your smaller battlecraft type thing, those go on basically on 40s. So the size of the base indicates what the classification of ship is more than the size of the ship. Just to throw that out there. Now, there will be some ships that's like, wow, that looks pretty darn big in relation to a carrier. That's just to make it printable, and that's why the hex space is your facing and heading, and these areas here, that is where you put in something like the ship's name, the task force, and your ships do need to be part of task force. They don't just wander around on their own. Well, they can. They won't wander very far. Because things like fuel and ammunition and all those other things that have a nasty tendency of just running out when you've been away from port for a while, well, you might want to have some way to replenish that. Hence the task force. Get some lighter stuff on that edge there too. Turn it upside down. We'll stroll this way with it. Now that again, that's not super light. That's light-ish, but not super light. You know, I think here that is a little raggedy. We're just gonna. There we are. Wasn't looking to change any value there. It was just a little ragged. I think that does help to clean that up quite a bit. I'm looking at. I was almost tempted to do another panel line that comes up and over like that, but I think we're gonna leave that be, at least for now. At least for now. Let me see about. We have our darker phthalo blue. I'm gonna do a couple little mid-range grays under here. Let's get a little something something under there, and then we might come back again with some of our really dark stuff too. Well, see, I just got two fingers on the brush there. Make you a little lighter, possibly even a little lighter than that. Let's see what happens with this. Catch the edge of that. Now under here we got to do a similar thing. We're going to take this here blue. I'll have to do this on this side. Oof. Ran right into the base there. I think. Well, I might. Oh, I might. Oh, that's right. Fast matte white. Geez, it is. It is now. It's a Cinco Trace cam that we can certainly break out the fast matte white, which is handy because I pretty much have now exhausted the last of the regular Paul Rubens white. So yeah, I do believe that's going to help us get things super light for sure. That is something that I generally don't break out till we're at least somewhat beyond, say, hour number 3, and well, we're well beyond hour number 3. Okay, let me get that paint out of there. Fast matte white, and that's the stuff from Gamlin here. Why is this stuck? There you are. So there's your fast matte white. We'll just go over here. And that's going to help get some, hopefully, super light highlights on this bad boy here. Here we go. Thinner, thinner, thinner. Let's break this down a little bit here. And that is just a little bit later. Little light on the underside of that. Same deal here. Top edge of this. Little something in here. And then maybe even a little. See that panel line there? Just to maybe bring that out a little bit. Not too much. Same deal here. Down we go, and another one over here. Up over the top of that. Get an edge of the panel line. Here's a couple more. An edge there. I think you can see this. Another edge there, really, again, not too intense. Got some thinner on that brush so that I can lighten all this up. Lighten that up too. We're going to get some panel lines on that after we get the light in there. Alright. This side, same as what we did on the other side. There. And then that, let me, there. So get the, as far as numbers of ships, the W.O.D.E.N do not have a lot of ships. There are not many of them. There are not many ships. And remember, there are no more where that came from. However many W.O.D.E.N there are is how many there are. There's no new ones. Obviously, there's the ones that are still awaiting the synthoid bodies, but there's no baby W.O.D.E.N anywhere. They don't exist. There is an offshoot species of the W.O.D.E.N they didn't quite realize until much later. Well, and actually, the one species doesn't really even realize that they are basically an offshoot of what the W.O.D.E.N were. And that is a species that very much is into the preservation of culture, cultural artifacts, cultural sites. Lighten you up a bit more there. That would be the Alberians, and they have some really interesting ships. That is one of the species where I was able to create, for all intents and purposes, modular pieces. Whereas fleets like the W.O.D.E.N and the Siri Republic and the Alcubans are more just, okay, they're scopes that just exist. Terraforce, Jolarian Empire, Chetsock, Moskin, so a lot of the other ships are actually modular in that you can build your own ships. Because that was how the whole Starship thing started. Was it was supposed to be a whole bunch of different hulls and weapons and engine arrays and other things, pieces and parts that you could take and basically construct your own ships. That was the original thought behind all of it. light there. Some on these to make come out these a little later here. And this, I'm going to do a little cleanup on that. Same right here. Do a little cleanup on that. Come on, around the that little light there. This, where's my phthalo blue? There you are. That is not sufficiently portraying the blue. Now it does. I'm even going to chuck a little bit of that in here. Yeah, like that. There's my lighter blue. Come on, lighten you up. So a little bit of that also down there. These, I'm going to need some. Let's try the lighter blue around some of this. Then more neutral, lighter, but much more neutral. Nope, not light enough. That might do it. Yeah. Maybe a little touch of thinner on that. Oh, here we go. Much better. Lighter all along here. To that blue again. Couple extra little lines in there. Hey there, DFT, DET, how you doing? Dark Elf Twilight, great to see you. This is the very first of the W.O.D.E.N fleet, part of my Starship series. Let's break out the carriers from our other fleet. So the very first fleet that we did was the Seri Republic. That is their carrier right there. We did an entire fleet of those guys. Then, where's our Compass Rosha? Here it is. That is the human version of a carrier right there. And we have a whole fleet of ships that we're going to be doing for these guys. We are just getting down to it. Here's another one of the ships. Right there is another one over here. We'll be painting more of these next Monday. We got even some more of these small. Well, actually, this one's not so small. This is another capital ship right here. That would be more of a battleship right there. And again, it's got these plates, and that would be here. As you can actually see the species themselves. Here's some sculpts of. Actually, well, there's this is actually a kind of a showcase sculpt right there. But here are some of the figures here. There we go. So you can see that very much that same kind of segmented approach also too in their bodies. And this is a synthoid species. They are not androids. They are not robots. Have a good night there, Artemiko. And again, we've done lots and lots of ships. So here's, I don't know if you got a chance, Dark Elf Twilight, if you saw any of the Battlestar Galactica ships that we did. But yeah, we did, well, I think it was 15 of those, at least. And let's see, this is one of my favorite ships right here. Where is he? There it is. There's this and this. This is part of the Seri Republic here. So this is their troop transport. Oh, look at this. Yes, there are 6 of these. So these things actually is this. And there's 6 of them on that troop transport right there. So we can, here, let's meet the W.O.D.E.N once again. Actually, here, check this out, Darko. I'll give you, here's a link for you. You can, this will definitely give you a much better perspective on who they are. So there's the video on them, and you're going to recognize some of these scenes here. Again, this is their world, which, again, they come from a part of space which is basically alive, and it sort of treated them like a virus. And, well, you know, your body's immune system kind of attacks the virus and tries to kill it. That is, we actually have a miniature for that. That's a download overseer. That is a an archive custodian right there. There's your archive custodian, and now you can see some of the defense. There's the defense warden. There's the defense sentinel. The consensus speaker. Think of that as a diplomat. That is definitely more of a diplomat type of a thing. And of course the relay tech. I think I've got 4 different relay techs. And of course they are, well, they're master artisans, poets and everything, because, well, they exist for many thousands of years. Now this is the downside, where, well, anyone who you're missing, you will be missing them for a very long time, as in all eternity. So again, if you check out that video, that will give you a good, really good handle on what this species is all about. Essentially, their ethos is that, well, they went extinct, and they try to make sure that that never happens to any other species. So they sometimes they intervene more, well, what would you say, more obviously, and sometimes more surreptitiously. They were very much essential in the survival of humanity that stayed behind after the second Exodus. So again, if you check out that lore video, and again, that is one now of 6 lore videos that I've made that essentially kind of takes you through this universe and what the, again, what the, not just what the species are about, but how they kind of interrelate to each other. What I'm hoping to be able to do is kind of, again, I haven't made those videos public yet, because, well, I want to have them all ready to go before that, because it'll be kind of an incomplete story right now. And also, too, we've got, so the Seri Republic. Oh, look at this. There are also figures based on our different species. And if you check out some of the other streams that we did, we did a whole bunch of the human battlecraft here. We actually did an entire, I think we did, what, 7 different squadrons, right? Recoil, different squadrons there. This is their version of a troop transport right there. And again, here's some of the other ship types. This is an Argus and a Mastiff right here. So those are different, again, different small craft that are utilized by the Humies. Here is a, well, here is a big one. That is the Seri Republic right there. A very large ship indeed. And again, all of this is part of a game system. And I actually have, I think I have 3 different small craft already printed out for the W.O.D.E.N here. Ultimately, each species has at least about 6, somewhere between 5 and 6. Some maybe have some more. It kind of depends on the species, and again, what it is that they are proficient at or not. There we go. again, that video that I posted the link to, that will give you a pretty good sense of who the Woden are, what they're about, what their origin story is. And originally, this was supposed to be a series of illustrated novels way back in the 90s, but the technology just was not there to make it happen. There certainly was no 3D printing. There was definitely no 3D printing. Actually, I have this here. I forgot all about this. Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit here. Even zooming out is not going to be enough. Yeah, this is kind of the Bible. Well, we can actually get to the W.O.D.E.N back here. Here they are. Yeah, this is them. There's the W.O.D.E.N there. And you might again recognize some of these scenes here. And that's, I actually have this. This is now printed out, and we're going to be painting that on stream. And again, this is the W.O.D.E.N. That's not their actual name. This was Project W.O.D.E.N, and that's eventually what they became. And here this kind of goes again into the process. And of course, they are some of the finest artisans, poets, and whatever, because, well, again, imagine something like a Shakespeare, a Da Vinci, a Mozart, and they lived for thousands of years. And by thousands, I mean like 15, 20,000 years. All right, no, actually, Dark Elf, it was never ever released. That never was released because again, there was not the ability to make it back in the day. So it does not exist. It will exist. It will definitely. It's all going to be printable. There will be no physical anything anywhere. It's you print up what you want, how you want, as big as you want. I wouldn't go smaller. That is one thing I will recommend. You don't really want to print the stuff smaller than what I've got here. Bigger is always okay because, well, you don't have to worry about pieces and parts just disintegrating. And so yeah, check out that video there, Dark Elf, and that will give you a really good handle on what they're about. They come from this area of space. Whoops, there we go. So you see on the far left-hand side there, the void is not empty space. It is very much alive, which is why they were almost dead. Because that part of the galaxy saw them as essentially a virus because of the way they were conducting themselves. That it was only the intercession of the Gaia that basically stopped the process, otherwise they wouldn't have even survived in this form. Oh yes, they were very much in the process of being wiped out. Again, much like Australia, where everything is trying to eat you or kill you, that's what was happening in this part of space. So they're kind of one of your more heroic species in this universe. There's other species that are maybe somewhat less so. There's really not okay, these are the bad guys. That's not really how it works. Let's do, yeah, some light up here across the top of these. Oh, I wouldn't. Okay, where's my lighter blue? That's over here. We did this on the other side. We got to do it on this side now. Come on. A little further down. Definitely not grimdark. Definitely not grimdark. It's not 40K. I believe the first year in the timeline is 2139. Might be the first year in the timeline. So yeah, it's not grimdark. There's no space marines. There's none of that kind of stuff. I can here. Let me maybe start throwing out some of the links. We'll start with the very first video right here. Let me get to the proper location to find all these. Let me scroll on down. Here is the very first one. And again, you can check these out. So there's the, that's not it. Let me try this again. Again, it's not really designed for doing keyboard stuff. So there's video 1. This is video number 2 right here. Video number 2. Then we move on to video number 3, the W.O.D.E.N Empire right there. Then we move on to the birdies here, the Seri Republic for video number 4. There you go. And this is actually the latest one. This is the very latest one, just done this week. So that would be number 6. We've already posted number 5. That's the latest one, and that is another species again of they're going to have starships themselves too. Every species has different abilities. Their ships are very different from each other. Here we go. They're definitely, yeah, if you check out the W.O.D.E.N Empire, you will see that there's a lot of, oh, they're the bad guys. And then you realize, well, actually, no. The largest theaters in all of known space are the W.O.D.E.N Unity theaters. Average capacity about 250,000. And their empire was not formed from conquest. It was actually formed in the aftermath of a massive civil war. So yeah, not they are not actually about conquest. That's not really their thing. What they are not about is chaos, and that is why they try to take action to well, shall we say, prevent chaos wherever they might find it. And as I like to say, in this universe, everything has some kind of a price tag with it. There's no freebies. There might be some cool stuff. That cool stuff comes with a very hefty price tag. Now, what we need, again, we want to do a little bit of a panel line type of thing here. This is going to be a little tricksy, because it's going to come down like so. Like so. And then like that. Okay, so again, the idea here is to, so by breaking these things up into the individual kind of panels here, it helps to create a more of a sense of a larger ship, because your eye sees panels and it's, well, okay, I know how that must be. I'll see you later, Camden. Actually, Camden, why don't you share your link one more time before you head out? Yep, share your Instagram link one more time. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda also paints with the oils. Come on, intercept there. So everybody, check out that Instagram link, and again, please give Camda Paints a follow. Wow. Okay, we got to get all of those. Now we finally got all those panel lines in there. All right, we got it now. Sharpen up that a little. Ooh, then what is going on down here? We gotta get some darks down in here. Then we'll have to come back with some midtones as well. Do we have? Okay, here. Let's get. No, I'm gonna go with the neutral. Let's go neutral gray on this. Neutral gray, what it is. All right. Some of the violet then. That is definitely a lot warmer than the blue. We need to get some pieces and parts in there. And then this right here also needs to get a little bit of a clean up. There we are. Yeah, that was a little wonky there too. Here we go, get some reflected light on that. Not too late in there, but we gotta get a little something, something, a little bit of shapes, a little something in there. Here, and the idea is that this would be kind of several games in one. You would have sort of the overall strategic map sort of a deal there. Then you would have a basic a space combat style game. I guess you could almost say like a Battlefleet Gothic, except there the whatever the fights there would be very much between fleets and task forces, and some might be very uneven. And so the victory conditions would not necessarily be this, oh, well, you got to destroy the whole enemy fleet or whatever. It could just be, just take out these ships. Like the Battle of Balana 5, one of the more famous battles, where two old ships, which I'm actually going to try and get those things sculpted because they need to be custom made, because they are essentially they were ships that were basically about to be mothballed. They were the only two ships available to defend that planet in a surprise attack, and they recognized it was essentially like a Battle of Midway type of situation. It was going to be a landing, and they realized if they took out the troop transports, or at least took out enough of them, and also delayed the landings long enough, then the rest of the fleet could actually catch up, which was over at the Beltane Fleet Yards. So it was a combination of a little bit of deception, like what was done for D-Day, making the humans think, okay, this is where the attack is going to happen. It happened elsewhere. But what they hadn't planned on was these two ships being there that they thought could be brushed aside very easily. Spoiler alert, the two ships did not survive. But they did what they needed to do. There is actually a memorial on Balana 5 for the Cold Harbor and Waterloo, the two ships involved. More of our lightest light needs to kind of go around. Here, let me try some of this. Yeah, might go a little lighter here. I might want to do the same deal on this side. Yep. That helps. That helps a bunch. And again, we are just about to start an army painting series on the figures that again go with this species. Where's our defense wardens here? Yeah, so those are going to be really fun. Going to be plenty of. We've never done an army painting series where essentially white was the primary color, so that should be really fun. And never did any kind of a. Well, never really did outside. Obviously there's the 40K stuff, but this is more of a, which is a traditional sci-fi kind of thing. And the best part is you won't have to purchase the files on my mini factory because if you are part of the Patreon page, guess what? You get the files. You don't have to buy them from some other place because you will be getting them. So nice to see you back there, Rams. Where's my? Oh, there's my. Like, where the heck is my Streamlab? There it is, over there. Oh, for a second I thought we were at a Cinco Quattro or something like that. But again, 4 hours and 11 minutes ago, there was no paint on here at all. There was no spacescape. That was essentially what. Oh, you know what? We can start to. I'm not going to be sticking my hand on this quite so often. So I will take again some of my more neutral stuff here. Now we can start doing this. I'm like that. There was something else I wanted to do, and that's this stuff. Again, not as likely to be sticking my hand on this as I was before. So let's start doing some work on this. Let me get. Yep, there we go. Don't want that to be too light, but also don't want it to be too dark. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is all way too dark here. We need to lighten this up a bunch. There we are. There's basically just some primer here. That's it. There's a little bit of our darker glaze on there, I guess you could say. Now this was printed out in FDM. The ship itself printed out in resin, of course, to get the detail type stuff. Now I can start to go a little lighter on some things. We got this. Lighter here. Also there. And now in here. And then we let that kind of get faded out. Same deal here. Drop that down. It's kind of a loaded blending brush. Boy, it's weird to not see this in some form of gold because all the other ones, this was done either like a gold or brass or something like that, or I think the Chetsak, or the Moskin, either Chetsak or Moskin, they'll be orange. That's going to be different. So again, here, just going to do this little bit of smushy there. Look at that. Nice and easy, blendy there. No fuss. Also no muss. So you're just going to kind of scumble that stuff in. There's some more. Now, how's about we get the lighter edges up here too? We got this lighter stuff now. That wasn't supposed to go there. That's fine. We'll get rid of some of that. Lighter edge here. And now over here too. Let's grab a different one of these. Maybe this one will work better. Ramsey, I was saying earlier in the stream, I had gotten a notification there. I think they were down, so didn't remember how far they had dropped. I knew they were like at 36 or something like that. And yes, there was a notification that the opera colors or the fluorescent colors from Paul Rubens, well, those have dropped in price, and that's what we always say. With the regular set of 38, you basically should wait until they are 63-ish dollars, and that's when you're getting the actual genuine sale right there. Anything more than that, that's not quite the sale. And those are pretty key because, again, they're alkyds, which tend to be more forgiving for folks that are newer to the oils by like a lot. That has been crash tested many times now. Let's do that. Doing that this way. Get this light over again. These nameplates right here for the ship's name and also the task force. Because again, your fleets operate in task force or task forces as real fleets do. And your fleet does not just comprise of military vessels or warships. There are, for all intents and purposes, sometimes civilian ships in that fleet. Yeah, Remza, and again, I do have the one video that you saw right on the opera colors. They are, they will set quicker than any of the other Paul Rubens colors. It's really weird, Rems. Very, very strange. I mean, they just set really quick. It does actually make the process of doing the fluorescent stuff way easier because normally the fluoros, they take a long time to set, and they're kind of colors that you basically have to kind of put some down and then leave it alone and then move on to other stuff. And with those, you don't have to quite that. That process is not as long. More light along these edges here. Same on that. So yeah, now that looks very much different. Here, just from our, let's get rid of our Siri Republic carrier. That's a very different looking base, right? Very different. And that's what we're going to do on all of our W.O.D.E.N ships. So the 38, yeah, that's got to drop down a wee bit more before it's really at the peak sale. Now there could be well, at least around here, a like a Labor Day sort of sale, I guess. I don't know when the next Prime Days is. I keep meaning to try and research that when the next Prime Days might be. Now we're going to really try to lighten up some of our panels under here. Again, that's just a little bit of dry brushy type stuff. Even more dry brushy with a soft blending brush here. There we go. Again, just kind of scumbling that a little bit. Catch an extra little teensy bit of light in some of these. places here. Then that's going to be lighter too. A little more light down there. Again, that's a dry brush, but it's all wet blending. We like to say it's the wettest dry brush ever. Back to this warmer gray. Here we are. I want to. That would be too late. Let me take some of that away. That's better. Now, of course, the FDM here is even more absorbent. As absorbent as the resin is, the FDM is even more absorbent. All right, so that's it. Going to set even quicker. Uh, More of this. No, that would be a little too much there. That would be too much light. Here, I need to actually get a little bit of thinner on that so that it flows easier. Nice. There we are. And I think we got to do this. Not as much on this side. We kind of got this on the other side. Is not. Wait a minute here. Let's take some of the paint off of that. All right. Yep, that's a little ragged here. We're gonna try and here a little bit more of the dry brush. This we were kind of using the liner brush in here. Let's use one of our microfiber. Much better. Way better result there. We might want to maybe try this on the other side here now. Like so. That maybe. We got this. Still got this light here. I just got two fingers on this brush here. Let's see. The next up will be primed big day. Oh, October 2026. Okay. And then of course, well, Black Friday. Black Friday. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think I got a set of them. I think it was last year's Black Friday Rems. Yeah, I think I did. I'm pretty sure that was how that went down. Nope, that is too late. We're gonna backtrack from that. There we go. Yeah, it was like, whoa. I got real late real quick. We're gonna tone you down a bunch. Give me this here. No, I need more thinner on that. Come back into these, and then I was hoping. I believe we did this on the other side, did we not? Yeah, we sorta did. We kind of sorted. Now we're definitely gonna. Lighter blue again. Minus that piece of fuzz. So let's refresh that brush, clean it up a little. Alright, I'm gonna do a similar thing over here. Now, back to the really dark stuff. Really dark stuff. Again. There we go. I'm going to try and get me a little bit more here. We did a little bit of that on this side already, I think. Actually, no. This was the army that I did the most sculpting on right here. I mean, most of this was either heavily converted or scratch sculpted. There we go. So that is this was 2014. That was the last fantasy army there. That's a wee bit of an army board and a wee bit of an army. Yes. And again, this is not how these figures came. All that barding on the horses, that's all green stuff right there. Green stuff and tinfoil, actually. Even this was massively resculpted from what it normally is. Redid the entire howdah, made it out of Sculpey, actually. And then everything on this top level here basically was sculpted from scratch. I think there's like a few miniatures, but the Colossus on the right, the Hyro Titan on the left, the Screaming Skull Catapult, the birdies, all that stuff, that was all sculpted from scratch. There's I think there's about 120 blog articles on the blog that covers how the army board was made. Even that the pylon there, your obelisk, and the walls tell the entire story of how the army came to be. Because we like our stories, Rems. Yes, actually, Rems, I wrote I think it was like a 4-page story for that, and people loved it so much that they wanted to see more. So yeah, Rems, that was the Fantasy Army circa 2014. And actually, there's several tutorials, like you were saying. There are several tutorials. There's a basing one, right? The painting the skull marble or the demon skull marble, whatever you want to call that. That is also from that army. Actually, Rims, I even wrote a smaller story about. It was from the perspective of effectively an archaeologist who did not believe in statues coming to life and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that was all about the Tzeentch tainted tomb kings there. Okay, there. I wanted a little extra panel lineage right there. Might even do this right here. So I'm going to change that now. Here, let's make that lighter. Do that on the other side here. It's okay. Just trying to give it even more of that W.O.D.E.N style appearance. I'm going to actually do that over here too. So I'm going to wipe those out. And then change this around like we do. Come on. There. And also there. I'm going to refresh a couple of these. lines on the base because those got lost when we were putting some of our lighter stuff in there. Now, I'm glad that you won't have to wait too long for them. I mean, because sometimes you order them and then it's all of a sudden like, wait a minute, I got to wait how long? Yeah, that whole 2 day delivery, not always 2 days, right, Rem? Sometimes they tack a few on. Now here we're going to change you up a little bit. I just realized that should be lighter there. Now let's go even. Here, we've kind of lost a bit of our fast matte white out here. We've been using that up. A little more thinner, I guess. That's funny. There, even I have Prime. Obviously, have for years and years. But there's some items that wow, they take a little while to arrive. A little longer than 2 days, that's for sure. And it's weird sometimes what you know constitutes a Prime delivery and what doesn't, right, Reams? Okay, let me tighten that up a little. There we go. Now hit these with the liner brush. Bring these guys back. There. And again, all this is really important. Again, it tells you because you're measuring from this point in here. You're not measuring from the any part of the ship. You are measuring from there. The basically the center of that equals the bridge, basically. And lighten you up a bit more right here. Let me catch the top edge of this. Somehow I didn't get that. Same thing on that one. Ah, let's do that now. Oh, we gotta get the top edge of this. I thought I had done that with all of these, but apparently not all of these. There we are. And you know what? I'm actually gonna do the rest of the outline on these two panels because there we are. Carry that all the way down, across here, across there. Another one we missed here. See you later there, Drake. Again, appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. And again, well, hopefully you can get caught up on some of the vids there, Drake. And Lenka, I think you will enjoy, again, the very first army painting series done with. Now, obviously, there was like the Fellowship or whatever. That was something that I made with Eldritch Foundry, but these are just 100% my sculpts. Nobody else's imagery or anything like that. Nobody else's pieces and parts, just my own stuff. So appreciate you being here as always, and well, take care too. That and this we're gonna a little later, so you can kind of see again where my finger's starting to hit some parts of the base there. Actually, yeah, here, let's hit the bottom of that to make that later too. Yeah, that needed it. No, I'm gonna hold you this way because I gotta get a little more edge. There, probably need to do that on the top too. Yeah, definitely. Means I probably got to do that over here. Yeah. Same deal on this side. Alright, that helps on those elements. And again, next Monday we're gonna continue. Gonna continue with our W.O.D.E.N fleet. We have a whole entire fleet all printed out, all ready to go. Uh, there's a couple of other capital ships, and then again we're talking about all the kind of your mid-range ships, cruisers, heavy cruisers, and the like. Those go on the 60s, and then the small craft like this Siri Republic here, that is on a it's on a 40 mil hex, and that is not obviously not to scale. Otherwise, if I was going to represent those to scale with this, it would be a tiny dot. It would literally be you could probably fit 10 of them in that little circle. And I mean this circle, not the big circle, the little circle. So once I realized it's like there's no way we're printing those to scale, it's like okay, let's not even try. Let's just make them bigger so that we can actually enjoy painting them, and well, also make them a little bit easier to print out because super tiny stuff is well, that just gets more challenging to try and print. That's for sure. Let me take away. There's a little bit extra of the light stuff that went up there. Okay. Same there. Now maybe we go a little bit light. Oh, gee whiz. That might have been a little too much of that black going in there. Refresh that brush. I was picking up an awful lot of the warmer color. Let's hit this side. And then again, everything, the rules, the ships, all the stuff would be printable by you. There's no physical stuff. So that means, of course, that you know there's nothing to ship, so you will get this instantly, and then when there are more expansions or different things added to it, well, those will just happen instantaneously instead of oh yeah, now we have to wait another 2-3 years. Oh gee whiz, wow, can the just in time? Because look what's coming up. Yes, indeed. Look what's on the way. A Cinco Quattro. We're not doing a Cinco or a Cinco Stinko. Well, again, if I had enough chocolate covered raisins, there might be. So Rems, I would focus on the newer ones. Definitely focus on the newer ones, but there's actually some of the older ones. I'm actually kind of, would you say, I'm almost like reprising some of those colors, comparing them to the new stuff. So I would prioritize again the newer ones because again that's going to have the Paul Rubens and some of the more current colors on the palette here, but some of the older colors are they sometimes migrate back around. So again, we have been working on this for 4 hours 39 minutes. Yeah, 39 minutes. So just 5 minutes away from a fabulous Cinco Quattro. More of the Prussian blue. Or no, in this case, phthalo blue. That's right. They're also in the like the oh gosh, I don't have them out here. I think I can grab them without too much harm. So this was it was object source lending, but it also was a skin tone video because essentially we don't really get a chance to do this sort of undead skin very often. So I don't necessarily do here is a skin tone only video or an object source only because well I'm sure you've run across it too, right, Rems? It's like well okay I got to do both. Camden, I was really I wasn't quite sure. I was really excited about the sculpt, and I wasn't sure how it was going to be for painting, and it actually worked out pretty well. I was surprised, I have to say. I wasn't sure how that was going to then end up. And of course, Camden, I'll send you some of the pictures. Again, I took the photographs of the painted figure, and then added a backdrop to it and a whole setting. And those are really fascinating. I gotta say, Camden, I really like those a bunch. So yeah, those videos, it's like, okay, here's how to do non-metallic. Well, okay, how about non-metallic and object source lighting? Because, well, you kind of have to do them both. I always found it really weird, Camden, where it was just like, okay, it's just gonna be this one thing. I'm like, what good is that really gonna do? So I don't know if you saw it earlier there, Rems. That's where we had the I think I might still have that up here. Let me see if I can find it here. Nope, that is not going to help me. I think this, here it is. I think this is the one right here. So here's basically an example of it right here. So this is the basically a photograph of the painted miniature on the throne. That was that four-part series, and then we added things like this, the braziers with the glowing green, right on the serpent throne there. And let me see if I can find maybe the. Nope, that's not going to do it. Oh, there we are. Yeah, this is a picture of the Mordred figure, and basically with all his mirrors, how he multiplies the truth. Now we're just a minute away, less than a minute away from a fabulous Cinco Cuatro. Again, that just all that means is that we've been doing this for 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. Should darken that down a smidge there. What the heck were we doing there? That shouldn't go there. That's better. No, I will, when in doubt, make things darker. So just, again, seconds away from something that doesn't mean a darn thing. For whatever reason, it means a whole bunch. I don't know. I don't know why. It just happened to be one stream not all that long ago where I looked up and saw, okay, wow, look at that. I've been streaming for 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds, and then it became a thing with every number. And there is the sacred number, the Cinco Cuatro. So thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. 4 hours, 44 minutes, also 44 seconds. I'm going to do that here too. Let me, fine, let's do that here. Because we did it up towards the bow. Let's do a stern version of that, shall we? And hopefully that will be a somewhat easier way of doing that. Now we'll get the light back in there. Not more thinner. Let's see if that works. Sure enough, it does. Just, well, maybe even a little more. There we are. Fill that in here. Now we'll do these. Good enough. This one. Ah, there we are. So to me, that is a little more interesting than just a bunch of lines that come down. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna do this on. We'll do this here too. There's another one. Now again, this is, for all intents and purposes, this is a color test figure. Now, Reams, that's something that's kind of a big deal with the Army Painter series. Episode 2 is always the color test figure. That's where we essentially not just figuring out, okay, what's the color scheme of the Army, but what is the best way to go about doing it, and that it won't take your entire lifetime and maybe 3 or 4 other generations. It's a Gundamless Gundam, Rems. It's Gundam without the Gundam. There you go. Okay, so that was again, that fits in much better with. Let me see if I can grab one of these guys here, and it fits in much better with how the panel lines work on the actual figures. And again, these guys go with those ships. Well, I do think now, as we approach the 5-hour mark, we're going to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, because, well, gotta a check on those prints. Also gotta eat some food here. Got a lot of stuff yet to do. Get the next batch of prints ready, and also do some filming, because, you know, more Patreon videos. So there it is. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can again have some of our other ships to compare this with. No problem, Camda. Really appreciate you being here. Thanks for doing all the Cincos. So again, that is the Seri Republic character carrier that was painted in 2 Patreon episodes. And there you go. There's your delicious start to your W.O.D.E.N fleet right there. Again, your Synthoids ready to rock and to roll. I'm going to head on over to Mikey Moans here. Get that raid countdown started. So see you later there, Recoil. I'll shoot you a message after the stream. It's time for Asparagus, Recoil. Hopefully you can get some sleep there, Valfera. And thanks, Rems. Appreciate you being here. Again, hopefully we see you on Thursday. Again, that's probably not going to be flat Thursday. Probably going to be more miniatures.